Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our online webinar on Area KSA 100. We are very glad here that so many people have shown an interest in this topic. And very briefly introduce myself. I'm Frances Condren from EASA. I manage the ECQB, so of course intensely involved in the theory. Joined here together in Cologne with the presenters for the webinar today. Also, some are joining also from a remote location. So I'd like to briefly pass then to Francesco Gattani, who's our head of department in EASA, of course, deeply involved in aircrew and aeromedical issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Frances. It's a pleasure for me to be surrounded by, let's say, professionals in the theoretical knowledge domain, which I unfortunately do not even recall, since I'm very old, and I have some recollection of what I had in my pilot career. But definitely, I think that today we will address an important element of pilot training, which is the development of key competencies through this Area 100 KSA to allow these pilots to safely and confidently perform in the challenging operational environment. There are some competencies like problem solving, decision making, situational awareness, which are key to face the unexpected, to build resilient pilots for let's say the intake by the commercial operators, and so starting from a sound in-depth theoretical knowledge is the key to bridge this gap between the ATO and the air operators. So, and with our project, long-term project on implementation of CBTA throughout the pilot training career, we will start, of course, with the theoretical knowledge part, and then all the CBTA training programs, and then at the operator level, this will be a major endeavor, and the theoretical knowledge part is definitely a pillar. So I would like to thank the EASA team for making this happen, the ATPG and the other contributors that enriched this webinar. And I'm sure that everybody will be enjoying this day, and therefore I wish you a very nice dive into the Area 100 KSA.
Thank you very much, Francesco. We're certainly very much looking forward to the day, and also towards the afternoon, allowing for a more interactive element there. So I'd just very briefly like to introduce the people who are involved in presenting today. So we have from the ATPG, we have remotely Andy Mitchell, who will be speaking next. We have Jackie Suren, Lewis Martins, and Carl Johnson also joining remotely, who will be sharing their best practices and experiences in Area 100 KSA, and looking outwards again at CBTA and evidence-based training, and the connection there, with the focus on the continuity of the pilot at the beginning of their career and as they progress. We're also very glad to have, again, aviation training experts, Hilary Farley-Wood and Stuart Smith, also joining us here, sharing again their practices in the face-to-face and distance training environments. Again, these are elements which, for those of you that sent questions in advance, these are some areas of deep interest. So we very much look forward to sharing their practices with you.
Francis, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone involved on behalf of the ATPG. It's a real privilege and pleasure to be here, at least not in person but in spirit this morning, calling in from Spain. And as Francis mentioned, I'm joined from the ATPG by Jackie, Luis, Kyle, and also by Thomas Layoff as well. Firstly, on behalf of the ATPG, thank you to EASA for organising this event, particularly to Francis, Francesco, and Ascanio for all the support and input that's been made on bringing this event together, and we're really delighted to be part of this today. It really fits in well with our mission statement. The ATPG is here really for two main reasons. It's to drive the industry conversation and innovation, and sometimes we're doing one thing or the other, but I think today we'll be doing both the conversation and innovation, so it's a really special event for us to be involved with today. So glad to see you all here, and I can see we have almost 400 of you involved today, so that's really fantastic. In terms of kicking off this webinar on the KSA 100s, really we thought a good start might be to look at that bridging of the gap, as Francesco put it, and looking at that entire context of the pilot training pathway, which is to do a reflection on the area KSA 100s, but from the perspective of someone who's coming at this from being a subject matter expert within the EBT, the evidence-based training world. So that's really sort of where we're going to start today, just to try and bridge those gaps and to start to talk and talk all the same language as we go through the day. Going back to the EATS 2023, where the ATPG gave one of the keynote speeches, one of the main messages we gave was on this slide, which was really just to make the point that the reason why things like EBT are important for today is that EBT, KSA 100, and also the MPL, these are all types of competency-based training and assessment. They're all different flavors of the same thing. So as we move forward as an industry, we need to really be thinking about how these things are going to be working together, because they are really all going to be, and all are, exactly the same thing. Now, CBTA is also becoming, and has become, a very high priority for EASA. It's one of their key priorities in the European Plan for Aviation Safety, the EPAS, for 2023 to 2025. And what's been really interesting to see at the same time is that the industry has also really responded to this call to action from EASA. And within the context of EATS 2021, which was a couple of years ago now, we had just four presentations on CBTA during the conference itself. Now, going forward by 2 years to EATS 2023, and that number increased to 13 presentations. So we can see really clearly that the industry is massively responding to this call for action from EASA, and to the fact that the regulation is now really focusing on this key area for future pilot training. So let's talk about what we mean by CBTA, and of course the keyword being competency. You can see here on the screen, this is the definition of competency from ICAO, and really the most important words for us to focus on for this morning are the ones now highlighted in purple, which are the successful performance on the job, and talking about activities or tasks under specified conditions, because competency is all about being able to do the job correctly, and that job is going to be done in what we call the operational environment. Now, the operational environment very much being about doing your job from our perspective, that's being an airline pilot in a multi-crew environment. And really where we are right now is we have, of course, a very established CBTA program in the form of evidence-based training within the airline pilot recurrent world right now, and that is very clearly placed directly into the operational environment. That environment extending from near the end of the type rating through to the recurrent training of the airline pilots. And me individually, on a personal level, I've been involved with EBT for about the last 5 or 6 years through EASA, ICAO, IATA, and so I'm coming at this very much from the perspective of EBT, but on a personal level, very recently, I've actually moved to now be looking at this from inside of the ATO, now working as a head of training for an ATO. And so my perspective is perhaps quite an interesting one, as I'm coming from the world of EBT, the operational environment, and now coming into the non-operational environment, which is everything running up to the point where we have pilots doing the job in the real aircraft in a multi-crew environment. In terms of what's happening next with regards to regulation, of course, we have at one end, we have the KSA 100, which we're talking about today as the main focus. And at the far other side, we have EBT, evidence-based training in the recurrent training of airline pilots. And what's happening next? Well, under Rulemaking Task 0599, which is the EBT rulemaking task, EASA is next going to be focusing on, as phase 2 of that task, focusing on EBT type ratings, I think into 2024 and beyond. And what we're seeing at the other end, of course, is that we may start seeing an influence from the KSA 100s, which are very much focused right now on ground school, also moving up through the ATO into perhaps the single-engine piston, multi-engine piston part of the flight training, still, of course, in the non-operational environment. This is going to bring potentially a challenge for us, because these two different types of competency-based training and assessment are going to perhaps come together at around about the end of the ATO activities in the APS MCC. And this is an opportunity, but it's also potentially a risk, because if these two different applications of competency-based training and assessment, CBTA, are not aligned, then we could have a bit of a clash as the students reach the APS MCC and transition from a non-operational environment getting towards the operational environment. Also, on top of that, just to add one other level of complexity, we also have another type of CBTA, which is the MPL Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and Phase 4, which is run in many ATOs in parallel with the traditional integrated ATPA course as well. And that is another type of CBTA for us to be aware of as well. So really, this is then, from this point on, not about problems, it's about starting to look and address and find solutions. So really, what I want to do now is just talk about how can we start to align these different types of CBTA to make them as compatible with each other as possible, to really allow us to leverage the expertise we have across the industry to make a single CBTA system that works and is effective at developing pilots to be competent airline pilots ultimately. So for now, let's go back and just focus on the KSA 100 at one end, and on the other end, the EBT. Now, there are some really good areas where, if we compare and contrast, we can see some good similarities, and we can also perhaps identify some of the key areas of differences that we need to address. Firstly, with regards to the way that we assess in the two different environments, because we don't check anymore in CBTA. There's no more checking. It's not pass-fail. It becomes about assessment evaluation, and you can see from the perspective of how we do the assessments in the KSA 100s, and I know the team will speak more about this in depth later on. We have the concept of the formative and the summative assessments. Formative being something that we are looking to effectively assess the learning curve, and summative being a snapshot. And in KSA 100s, the regulation talks about there being one formative and two summative assessments. We would perhaps suggest the best practice would be to have two formative and two summative assessments. Why is that? Because that is very similar to the way that the EBT world works, where our recurrent pilots are being given firstly a summative assessment in the shape of an eval session, and then a scenario-based training session where we take the insights from the evaluation and we then can train the pilots to a crew or individual level to improve the competencies that we've seen maybe are the areas where there are areas for improvement. So it's a very similar type of system, the eval being summative and the SBT being formative, although the order is switched around. And that's because these pilots are competent airline pilots and qualified, and they're in the operational environment. So we start with the summative assessment. We check how we do a snapshot from off the line to see how they're performing as if it was a line flight, and then we develop afterwards. In the non-operational environment, it's the other way around. We are developing first, formative, and then checking to see if the formative has worked with a summative assessment afterwards. But the wording is very similar, and it's quite, as you can see, quite complementary between the world of EBT, airline pilots, and the world of the ATO with the trainee pilots. The next part to talk about is the grading. So if we start with EBT, this is the way that the EBT grading is arranged. It's all at AMC level in the regulation, so you'll need an outmark if you're to change this. A few airlines have made a few small changes, but pretty much the airlines are using this as it is at AMC level. So we have what is called level 0 grading, and this is the digital binary competent or not competent. Below that, we then have a grading scale, normally 1 to 5. Some airlines use 1 to 4, but the most important point being is that 1 is not competent, 2 is the minimum expected level of competence standard, and then 3, 4, and 5 are increasing levels of competence. Below that, at level 2, we have what are the observable behaviors. And then there's a level 3, which is other metrics, which is mainly task-based questions for the instructors to answer. In the non-operational environment, so KSA 100s, this is the way the regulation is set up, and you'll see actually quite nicely there are some very nice compatibilities between the two. At AMC level, we have the satisfactory, unsatisfactory, which is sort of equivalent to being competent, not competent, but again, the pilots are not fully qualified pilots in the operational environment yet, so it's more about are they at this stage of their training satisfactory or unsatisfactory. Below that, at GM level, we have what are called the levels of grading. This is an area for us to be careful about because in the KSA 100s, it talks about these being levels of grading, whereas on the EBT side, the levels are actually about granularity of the grading system. So one thing to be careful about there. We're going to be using the terminology of L1, L2, L3, L4, L5, just to keep the levels in there, but not offer too much confusion during the day-to-day. Level 1 being unsatisfactory, and again, level 2, minimum expectation at that stage of training. Level 3, level 4, level 5 being higher levels of performance at that stage. The learning objectives for the KSA 100s are at implementing rule level, so they are fixed in law, but they are actually then measured by using the performance indicators, which are GM level, and that is pretty much an exact equivalence to the observable behaviours at level 2 in the EBT system that we have. What is really interesting about this actually is EBT early days used to call them performance indicators, and they were changed to observable behaviours. And a bit later today, Jackie Suran will talk and show you the compare and contrast some of the differences between the KSA 100 performance indicators and the level 2 grading observable behaviours in EBT. But they are very similar and pretty much doing the same thing, which we'll see in a moment as well. So we have the operational environment, non-operational environment, as we've mentioned, and on in terms of the way that the sessions are put together, the training and the evaluations are put together in EBT, we have a session. That's sort of how we call it. If it's an eval or a training, it's called a session. Those sessions are made up of scenario elements. And these scenario elements are designed to expose the pilots to as many, or if not all, of the competencies required. And then what we expect after the sim session is for the instructor to classify what they've seen in observable behaviours to come up with the final grading for that sim session. And for example, that could be in communication a grade 3 for perhaps the captain in this case. Let's compare and contrast with the KSA 100s just to see how the wording is between the two. So on the KSA 100s, we have each of these are called assessment exercises. They're made up of scenario situations, almost the same wording, And what we then do, of course, is these are designed to, again, expose these trainee pilots to as many of the competencies and the OBs, the observed behaviours, the performance indicators as possible, in order to then be able to grade the pilots, these trainee pilots, via the performance indicators to come up with a level of grading within that particular assessment exercise that they've done. But you can probably see there on the screen, there's a very clear continuity between the way things are set up between these two different environments. The only difference being really the wording that we're using, and one other thing that we'll speak about now. So let's have a look at someone in this class. We can talk about Steve here. So Steve's there in the middle in this particular assessment exercise, and that's Steve's dad over there on the other side flying the aircraft. Now, as we said, we have the operational environment with Steve's dad, and we have non-operational environment, either the classroom, the aircraft, single pilot aircraft in the flight school with Steve. Now, if we need to be careful here, because if Steve finishes his KSA 100 assessment exercise and he calls up his dad, and his dad's just finished a session in the sim, and Steve says, "Hey, Dad, I got a grade 3 for my communication today," and Steve's dad says, "Oh wow, I got a grade 3 as well." We need to be careful, because although they're both being graded a numerical value of 3 for communication, clearly Steve is not in the operational environment. He's not being exposed to the full range of the environmental aspects of that in terms of the threats, the aircraft malfunctions, the whole scenarios that are happening. So we have to be very careful to be clear that Steve is on a pathway towards competence, and Steve's dad is actually competent. So there is a difference between an L3 in communication in the non-operational environment and a grade 3 in communication in the operational environment. Steve is on the path towards competence, and Steve's dad is already hopefully competent and demonstrating such in the full operational environment. So from an introduction perspective, that's it from me for now. I just wanted to really give you an overview in terms of some of the wordings that we're using, compare, contrast with EBT, and that will be a bit of a theme today to be able to leverage some of the work that's been going on around the industry in other areas of CBTA, so we can really come together and make KSA 100s and CBTA in general a really successful future pilot training system. So thank you very much. Let's really keep this conversation going. I'll hand back to Francis, and I'll be speaking to you later in a later session. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Andy, for setting the scene here, and the great history, if you like, of the activities that have been going on, and how we see the big picture and as it affects the pilot. So our next session here on the agenda is looking at some examples of KSA implementation in practice. So we will start firstly with Carl Johnson from ATPG, giving the background as to why this element was introduced into the theory area, and then move on and look at some of the implementations. So 1 minute while I start. So please, Carl.
So good morning, everybody. Thanks, Francis, and thanks, Andy, for the introduction there. What I want to do before we get into the nitty-gritty of KSA 100 is I just want to take you a little bit on a trip down memory lane and try and explain some of the history and regulation about what Area 100 KSA actually is and why it was brought into the professional license syllabus, which really was to counter the growing safety concerns in the industry. So just as a brief overview or agenda to this presentation, we're going to look at some of the global challenges that made KSA 100 come about, look at some of the industry input and operator surveys that were done, and then the regulatory arrival of Area KSA 100 itself, and then how it was put together and used in the ATOs. And as Andy said, we'll look later on at some examples of how that's actually been done and implemented in ATOs under EASA. So just to start off with, what are the global challenges then? So the global pilot challenge of a decade ago can be seen as sort of an analogy of the iceberg. The experience tip of the pilot population brought with them knowledge and skill of a career managing less reliable aircraft in often very challenging and unpredictable operational environments. And it often was supported by the previous training, a lot of which had come in from the military. Whilst the new generation of pilots joining the pilot population iceberg were and now are predominantly trained in ab initio ATOs. There is no previous training completed before that. They're not coming in from the military, which have themselves needed to operate efficiently. So the ATO itself is under now financial pressures in order to produce these pilots and produce them for the least amount of money. And what that has done is it has meant that an ATO has less time and less emphasis is done on understanding and application of the knowledge. And then additionally, with the retirement of the experienced pilots, which is the tip of the iceberg, together with major industry expansion, it was inevitable that that would result in a decrease in the average experience on the flight deck. And from that, IATA predicted that accident rates would increase if something wasn't put in to try and stop it. So they looked at, is there a way that we can produce countermeasures, including appropriate training, to try and counteract these safety concerns. So just in terms of industry input then, an European operator survey, a gap analysis was done back in 2013. And as training was and is known to be a major safety mitigation factor, a gap analysis of the output of the then current ATO pilot population system was compared with the pilot needs on entry into an operator. Whilst the generally highly motivated pilots entering an operator from both ATPL and MPL had high factual knowledge, an operator raised that the graduated pilots were generally missing adequate understanding. So they were passing exams, written whatever they were at the time, but could they actually apply and understand, and in particular apply those to scenarios that they hadn't seen before? The operator further considered that this impacted on the ability of these pilots to apply the knowledge in the shown essential safety related areas. However, one good thing that came about, and it was just in its infancy at that time, was MPL. And it was noted that the pilots coming from the MPL training route had an improved higher ability to apply their knowledge, particularly in threat and error management. So as part of the rulemaking task to update the professional pilots in terms of learning objectives, IOPS instigated a wide European survey to look further at the ab initio training needs. The survey was conducted by a senior executive member in the UK CAA, and with the survey forms being sent to heads of training of European operators, mainly airlines, to be representative and to carry sufficient directional need to influence the EASA rulemaking task. The survey covered a range of operators and was of a substantial size, with the number of pilots employed by the responding operators exceeding over 20,000. So some of the survey questions explored the potential gaps in the output from the ab initio training system previously identified by the operator. So for example, on the screen there, you can see ATPL theoretical courses tend to have a greater emphasis on learning facts than on understanding and the application of knowledge. And you can see the tendency was agree to strongly disagree. So it's the left-hand side as opposed to disagree or strongly disagree. The second question there is students' ability to rate knowledge between subjects and to scenario situations is important for later training effectiveness. And again, you can see the trend is towards the left-hand side, which is agree, strongly agree. A couple more of the questions that were shown were the development and assessment of a student's teamwork and communication skills in ground training is important for safety. Yet again, we can see the tendency to the left-hand side. The development and assessment of a student's problem-solving and decision-making skills in ground training is important for safety. Yes, again, the operators tended to agree. So the results gave the rulemaking task group the directions to increase the proportion of the describe, explain, and calculate learning objectives, together with the need for the ATO teaching and introduction of ATO assessments that required some application. So further steps needed to be taken. However, alongside the need to introduce more application of knowledge into professional theoretical knowledge courses, it was also significant that highlighted the need within the courses to develop pilot competencies. And so you can just see another couple of the questions there. So compared to present ground training courses, a wider knowledge and skill competence ground training course, including interwoven threat and error management, would improve safety. And yet again, it tended towards the agree. What about the ability of a pilot to be able to conduct mental maths in applied situations and for cross-check is important for safety? Yes, again, it was tended to agree. So together with the requirement for threat and error management, another area explored by the survey was the need for the operator's view on the safety need for pilots to be proficient in mental maths for operational and safety awareness. And we all know nowadays that, and that's getting more and more difficult because everybody has a phone in their pocket, which they tend to use more to do calculations. Of course, back 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, we were using calculators. So the problem has only got worse, not better. And so this is a real concern in the industry. So what happened next then? We had the arrival then of the Area KSA 100. So to address these pilot competency and mental maths needs, an additional group of learning objectives were proposed. These KSA learning objectives followed after the communications subject. So just if you're aware, the subjects under ATPL theory are numbered 01, 02, 03, 090 being communication. So all that was done was they added in 100. So that's where KSA 100 or Area 100 has come from. And therefore the area, it was an area rather than a subject was named because it addressed a number of areas. So if you look under the listings in the regulation, you can see that 10001 is the list of ICAO core competencies. Under 02, you have 5 core competency learning objectives, and they're from the areas of communication, leadership and teamwork, problem solving and decision making, situational awareness, and workload management. There was then additional 03, which is additional threat and error management, or TEM, and that brought in related learning objectives, which also brings in the idea of application of knowledge. And then you had 04, which was the mental maths. So the proposed Area 100 learning objectives were included in the 2016 notice of an proposed amendment, which became part of the decision of 2018-001/R in February 2018. And the following quotes are from that explanatory note in the decision. So where emphasis was placed on explaining that the KSA lows based on pilot competencies and mental maths are, firstly, the Area 100 ensures that the appropriate integration of various topics from across the theoretical knowledge course while also developing student core competencies during training, that it's a concept underlying the whole theoretical knowledge training system. So it's a training philosophy. It's not just a new subject. And It's to promote practical training and assessment, which will complement the EASA subject examination system. So thus complementing the EASA exam system while encouraging and requiring ATOs to design their own courses, assessments, and become responsible for assessment as part of the fundamental transition to CBTA. So in terms of assessments, what is designed under the Area 100? Well, to be designed to develop and assess both the students across subject theoretical knowledge applications and their pilot competencies. And examples of this were to try and bring in written, individual, pair or group planning exercises, combining multiple subjects, so you had cross-subject integration, practical exercises using training devices, if that was practical to do so, scenario-based oral board work, scenario-based communication exercises, written assignments or project work, preparation and delivery of group or individual presentations. They're all ideas brought about to get away from having this idea of multiple choice examinations. So they're practical examinations from ATOs. We're going to talk about in the following sessions as we go through the day. So in terms of the area KSA 100 in the ATO, what did these assessments look like? And Andy already touched on it, that there were two types, a formative and a summative. The formative is a developmental, and it's done during the theoretical training. There's at least one assessment, although preferably there be more, as the focus of the KSA is on development. And in this type of scenario, then the assessing instructor may hint, prompt, or teach if it is necessary. The other side was then a summative evaluation, and this is to be done towards the end of the theoretical knowledge training. It consists of at least 2 assessments. Minimum would be a group 1. Together, they must be designed to potentially cover all of the learning objectives under the KSA 100. And there should be no input from the assessing instructor. And the student must be at least satisfactory in each competence for each summative assessment. So KSA 100 satisfactory completion, what does that mean? Well, the KSA summative assessments and summative mental maths test must be satisfactorily completed before the student is recommended by the ATO to sit their first attempt at their final theoretical knowledge EASA subject paper. And the satisfactory standard is, as Andy mentioned, a grade L2 or greater in each competence. And for summative assessments, 75% or greater in the mental maths as well. So hopefully that has just given you a little bit of an overview of the reason why it was brought in and how it was brought in. And as Francis will lead into with other presenters today, how it's been adopted throughout the ATOs within Europe. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Carl. And as I mentioned briefly in the introduction, if you have questions, note them down, use the Slido, and we will be looking together at the Slido in the afternoon. I'd like to now introduce Hilary Farley-Wood, who's going to explain the processes and steps that they are taking in her ATO, integrated ATPL training to the large extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis, and good morning. Yes, I have been invited here today to just share what we do on behalf of IAPS and Leading Edge Aviation. So I'm just going to talk through the range of activities that we've designed as part of our KSA training course. Starting initially with our formative assessments, there's just a list here of various opportunities that we've created for students to demonstrate some of their skill levels in the competencies. So group decision making, mental maths, flight where possible, and briefing exercise for meteorology based, and some sim sessions where we can as well. I'm just going to look at each of those individually, just to give a little bit more description as to how we've actually tackled that. So first of all, looking at our group decision making, we organise students into groups of 3 or 4, so quite small groups, and they're given a written documentation, a brief, which describes a scenario that they find themselves in, and this encourages them to collaborate, work together as a team, problem solve, make decisions. Once they come up with an action plan within a time limit, we then hand that to, say again? Oh, sorry, okay. We then ask them to give a brief to the assessor doing the assessment rather, the instructor doing the assessment. And then after that, the assessing instructor will give some verbal feedback on how the group have performed, ideally then followed also by an individual report for every student participating in each group. So that's just a rough kind of outline of our group exercise that we do quite early on in the course, so not relying necessarily on a great deal of knowledge to be applied. We then offer the opportunity for students to go up in one of our DA40s, have an instructional flight, but primarily to really assess how they're doing in terms of communication, situational awareness, workload management, and then application of knowledge, because by this time they're starting to then acquire some of the relevant knowledge, and that is also then debriefed and feedback supplied to the students on an individual basis so they can use that in terms of their personal development. If we look next at our the MET briefing exercise, that is just done as part of the MET syllabus. So towards the end of the course, once students have acquired a good level of knowledge, we then set a task, given weather briefings, weather charts rather, TAFs, METARs, that sort of thing, and the students will then work as a group and put together an assessment of the situation, which they then present as a brief highlighting threat and error management, or threat and errors rather, to the class and also the assessing instructor. And then again, a little verbal debrief is delivered in that situation. So there's just some of our formative assessments. We then also have the opportunity, we're very fortunate, we've got A320 simulator on site and DA40, and we've organised a very sort of brief and simple flight to give context within which students can then apply their knowledge, the knowledge that they've gained at this stage. That also presents an opportunity for them to show their communication, teamwork, situational awareness skills at this level, and once again, debrief and feedback given, as this is all part of our developmental phase for the individual students. In terms of our summative assessments, we have a minimum of 2, and they generally consist of a presentation that we get the students to compile in groups. They do that in their own time and then present in a classroom environment. Then we have a really high-level operational flight plan that we provide for the students as a group again, and they are simulating a crew at this stage because it's right at the end of a ground school training phase. So by this time they have acquired a lot of knowledge, and we get them to, again, come up with an action plan within a given time and present that to the assessing instructors. And the mental maths test similarly is performed once the students have been instructed in the relevant subject areas that are required to be able to achieve a successful outcome in the mental maths test. So a quick look at the presentation exercise that our students perform. So again, usually pairs where possible, so there's 2 people, so it's easy to assess. Given a very vague brief based on threat and error management, and then students pull in their flying experience where applicable, and also their theoretical knowledge experience to date, and present really in their own style, in their own way, with this within the realms of this, the scope of this very vague brief about threat and error management. That's done again in a group situation, classroom situation, where there are a team of instructors who are assessing, as well as their peers, who will then listen, provide an audience, and feedback is then provided on an individual basis in written format after the event. Our final summative assessment is the group flight planning exercise that I mentioned briefly at the start there. So this one does draw on, or provides an opportunity for all of the competencies to be demonstrated. Also requires a good deal of theoretical knowledge, which by this stage of the course, right at the end, we sincerely hope our students will have acquired. And as a result of various changes that are introduced during the scenario, the actual exercise, we see how students react, how they deal with a slightly more increasing stressful environment, and a little bit of a hot debrief, verbal feedback given at the end of that exercise, followed by a written debrief on an individual basis as well. So just a brief word about the debriefing. For our course, the aim of the debriefing is all for student development, ultimately from the ground school training phase into their flight training phase and their careers beyond. So we use this as an opportunity to raise their awareness of the pilot competencies and also where they sit, how they're doing with regard to those competencies, and therefore from that how they can potentially develop and expand their skill base within the scope of the KSA 100 Learning Objectives. The format of the debrief, as I say, can be either verbal or written or both. For our summative, we certainly do written ones, and the students can actually hang on to that, take that away and review it at any time later on in their training or in their careers. But in some situations, some of the scenarios, like in a classroom environment as part of the syllabus, it might be easier and more achievable to do a verbal debrief. The contents of that debrief primarily is relating actions that we've observed to the observable behaviours, the learning objectives as set out, how those objectives have been met, so in terms of what they've actually done and said that qualifies them for having met that particular objective, and then any objectives or behaviours that they've actually failed to meet. More importantly, we would highlight that also in the debrief, and then from that, an overall assessment, a grade of some sort, to show them where they're at and where they're performing at this stage. But again, key is being objective. Most important for the students, of course, is any suggested areas for development, because at the end of the day, we've said KSA 100 is all about personal development. And so that's the most valuable part of our debrief. And naturally, students are invited to discuss that. Any comments will be recorded on the same document that then is retained in their training file. So that's how we do things at Leading Edge Aviation to try and address the requirements of the KSA Learning Objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also, Hilary. And we note the comment to speak more slowly. We will try to do this again. Please remind us if sometimes it's jumping too fast. I'd like to go from the context of a very integrated ATPL, and now we can look now at a practice on a distance learning, because of course this is critical equally for implementing KSA 100 for the theory students. And as Stuart Smith will introduce what they are doing at the school there. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. So it's Cranford Aviation Training School, which is UK approved and Austria Control approved. And welcome to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here for what we do in the modular distance learning environment. So CATS offers a 3-stage ATPL theory course via distance learning. So it's all 13 subjects, including KSA, split into 3 stages, where a student would study for typically 3 months, then come to a distance learning ground school, now in the virtual environment, then take exams, and then repeat the process 2 more times. The online virtual ground schools take place over 4 days before the Part FCL theoretical knowledge examinations. Typically, we'd be delivering key facts for a specific subject and then delivering an exam-style end of subject consolidation brush-up paper chosen from the system. That would traditionally be completed in an open workshop style in a continuous question and answer session, question by question, chalk and talk, or the student self-studying and completing the paper, followed by the instructor dealing with problematic questions.
Evolving this into KSA 100 was relatively simple. We split the classes up. They'd be typically between 12, maximum 15 to 20 students per cohort, into groups of 3 to 4, letting them decide a group leader, presenter and assistant to undertake the task of answering an equal but divided number of questions from a brush-up paper that was delivered in the classroom. The number of formative assessments and timing is arranged so that there are 3 assessments, 1 at each stage of the distance learning course as it repeats itself through the stages. So we get 3 opportunities to show progression in the students' competencies. In the online world, the delivery method is via Zoom, or can be MS Teams, which enables visual and audio two-way communication between the KSA Assessor, the TKI, and the assessment group of students using breakout rooms. So there's some example questions on the right there, which we can select, or we can allow students to select from a brush-up paper, and we let them run with it, which enables the instructor or the KSA assessor to observe the behaviours as they develop. The students organise and run the session. This is a screenshot of one such session on the right-hand side. You can see the different rooms there. There's 3 rooms there with groups of 3 to 4 students. And it requires each student in turn to discuss and explain to the others a theory question from a brush-up paper. So it's leading from a group discussion to individual presentations back to the main group. The group can decide whether to elect a leader, or the leadership may move between the students. The assessor can hint and advise the group and can prompt the group to elect a leader who is possibly a student who's already completed a formative assessment in a previous stage. If the student runs into difficulties, they can ask for assistance from the others in the group. That's something that we'll be looking to see. And after an hour, each student delivers the answer to their question back to the main group. So another hour is spent going through the students doing that, about 5 to 6 minutes each. The assessment test questions may be selected by CATs to be higher ordered questions, which will enable more discussion and more competencies to be observed, or the students sometimes choose them themselves, and then the instructors or the assessors can question and query a little bit further if required. So the assessor is typically a TKI for the questions being discussed, but primarily observes the session, facilitating with hints or prompts, and only comments if asked to, or if necessary to correct a theoretical knowledge deficit in the application of knowledge. The assessor is also responsible for the assessment environment, encouraging explorative, corrective discussions, if not evident, and if necessary, guiding the exercise by referring to the pilot competency objectives in a positive light. So on the right-hand side here, it's a typical form that we use to tick off the assessment. So this goes back to 2021 when we started KSA at the school. This has evolved a bit now. You can see 3 session numbers on the right there, 1, 2, 3. That relates to the 3 ground schools. And instead of ticks there now, we're using the grading scores that were mentioned earlier on. So you can then see from a ground school to another ground school whether a 2 becomes a 3 or a 3 becomes a 4 or 3 remains as a 3, for example. We produce a course completion certificate, which is in our training manuals and approved by both authorities, which is of use when they're transferring between states, and a similar form also for instructor training and assessment. So to prove that, yes, I've standardised an instructor in terms of how to deliver and assess for KSA. The findings then. What did the students think? So we gave them feedback forms and surveys, and immediately we saw that they thoroughly enjoyed the sessions. So instead of us lecturing at students, the students were able to engage more, complete the day with a richer learning experience. What did the instructors think? Well, their role changed. They took on a more observational and facilitator role, and that freed up their time to actually appreciate the individual student learning experience. And finally, what does the school think? What do we think? Well, I think it was long overdue in terms of assessing key pilot attributes, such as mental numeracy and the development of ICAO core competencies. So in a well thought out programme, KSA 100 can be delivered in a manner which enhances training in the online virtual distance learning environment. Instructors must still blend the teaching, key facts for the subjects must still be delivered, and teaching is still very important. However, the opportunity to enhance engagement and foster deeper understanding is clearly apparent. Thank you for your time today. Any questions, Slido, for later on?
Thanks, Stuart. And there we have perhaps we've seen two examples, extremely different, but the application of the AMC and guidance material in practice to, of course, a very differently structured training course. So thank you very much. I'd like to now pass once more on to Kyle Johnson. Kyle, if you could perhaps turn on your camera when you're speaking, if we have the bandwidth for the final presentation for this section. Let me find it. 1 minute while I set it up.
Okay. So you can hear me and see me okay? Yes? Thank you. Okay, so I'm with Atlantic Flight Training Academy we're based in Ireland. The majority of our students would be on integrated ATP and full-time modular ATPL theory programs. What I just wanted to give here was another example of how we did or came about with a summative assessment for our students on those programs. So we can just go in. Oh. I don't think you're getting all of the screen. I think the picture's too big there. Okay, so thank you. So hopefully you can all read it now. So how did AFTA develop its KSA 100 and in particular the summative assessment? Well, what we noted was that students are studying the ATPL theory, and most that are doing that are going on track to work in commercial aviation. So what we did then was we spoke to our airline and corporate jet partners to get an idea of where student competencies were lacking or could be improved once they enter the airlines. So what was the feedback we got from our partners? The first one was time management, particularly in the early stages, was very poor, particularly in the areas of pre-flighting and cockpit setup on day one. The student was basically a rabbit in the headlamps and didn't know what to do, when to do it, what they should be doing. Then they weren't aware of what information was required. So when you're planning a flight, you're hit with a lot of information. So what we wanted to see was show students what was not necessary now, but may be needed later on. What information is relevant only for today's operation and not required at all, and what information don't we have but we need it. Okay, I just see there, Francis, they're having difficulty reading the slide. Okay, I keep going anyway. Keeping up with the aircraft was another. So descent planning, what mode the aircraft was in, and what it was going to be in next. And further was the interaction with a captain. So the student up to that point had been trained with their someone of their equivalent experience and of age, and hadn't experienced the cockpit gradient. Okay. So what was the general trend that we got? Well, students are not ready or are aware of what to do on the first day of their commercial flying. Now, some of that was solved with the introduction of APS MCC, but what we saw is we could use the KSA 100 to develop more competencies prior to the MCC. So the what and the how. So the what is taught during the flight training up to the point where the student begins the ATPL theory. So we used what content have they been taught in flight training. And then we looked at what is taught in the ATPL theory itself and what can be used from that for the rest of their career. And then we said, well, the how. How do we get students to apply and demonstrate what they've learned, both in the flying and in the theory, in situations that they may not have seen before that occur in everyday commercial aviation? So this is where then after summative assessment come in. So the content of the assessment was designed to cover communication, problem solving, and decision making, and workload management. And what we did was we split this first summative assessment into two parts. So part one was the student would be required to review the flight performance and planning for a medium range jet transport aircraft, and they'd have to do it in a fixed period of time, so there would be a time pressure element to it. On completion of the review, the students would then be questioned by an instructor on the information and decisions made, which would include things like what fuel was to be carried, what were involved in the performance calculations, selection of alternates, what threat and errors would there be or potentially be along the flight. Part two of the assessment is then that the students would be shown flashcards of the PFD and ND and FMA of a medium range jet transport, and be questioned on things like what is the current situation you're in, what is the potential situation that is developing, and what subsequent actions would you take. Okay. So our assessments have now been going on for 24 months. And as part of the process, we feed back into it from instructors that are further down the training program. So we've had a lot of feedback then from instructors at MCC level. And what that has done is led us to introduce additional things on top of the assessment, or change things and develop it further. So in the flight planning assessment, the instructor now is a qualified captain who has questionable CRM, and that introduces sort of the cockpit gradient, a more challenging environment as well. We are ensuring that the flashcards for the PFD and ND are of different types, so not just Boeing, Airbus, but also look at corporate jets as well. And sorry, the screen has just gone there, Francis. I don't know, the text is...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, the original resolution is poor. It's the engine instrumentation.
Okay, so sorry. Yeah, so it was to add in additional cards on engine instrumentation, which would show developments like a hung start, hot start, engine fire, flame out, those type of scenarios. Yeah. Move on from that one. So, and then additionally, further on to that, again, through feedback from commercial operators that have now received our students into their operations, they've said, can you, some future ideas then would be expand on the flashcards to maybe include videos of scenarios, so more information is giving more involvement. To look in the flight planning exercises include things like ETOPS or high terrain routes or volcanic ash, and to maybe bring in the electronic flight bag, for example, for performance and mass and balance calculations. And that's, thank you. And I'll hand you back to Francis again. Thanks, Francis.
Thanks very much, Carl, and I apologise again for the image quality there. Maybe we'll see if we can find a solution for the information about this webinar that will be available after the event has completed. But many thanks, Kyle, again for yet another different approach of the KSA 100 in action. I'd like to pass now on to Jackie Suren, who will look at the mental maths implementation. Jackie.
Okay, welcome to this closing presentation of this first session. So we're going to consider the non-pilot competency element of KSA 100, which is mental maths. And we're going to look at why do we do mental maths, what's the regulatory requirements, and then just some best practices that are being done in the ATOs already. So mental maths is a skill often used in flight training. However, it's essential throughout a pilot's career to increase awareness and through approximation cross-checks to identify errors. With the dominant use of electronic calculators in schools today, there was concern about the pilot's mental maths ability entering the industry. To determine if the industry considered this a safety issue, mental maths, as already explained, was included in the 2015 European Operator Survey, where we know the respondees, who were from operators at the head of training chief pilot level, agreed that the ability of a pilot to conduct mental maths approximations in applied situations for cross-checks was important for safety. So moving on to the regulatory requirements, the LOs were agreed by operational pilots in the rulemaking task 595. They are considered applicable for CPL and ATPL and for aeroplanes and for helicopters. Note that the LOs, although included in KSA 100, are not the pilot competencies. So to be in line with the operational environment need, testing of these learning objectives need to demonstrate in test scenarios or scenario exercises the ability in a time-efficient manner to make correct mental maths calculation approximations. The actual questions can be in written answer or oral in format. They can be answered, or they must be answered using mental maths and short-term memory. They should be scenario-based. The actual summative mental maths exam must include at least 2 questions per 100.04 LO that we showed earlier. The summative assessment must be passed before the student sits their last exam for the first time. I've not jumped across there, which is. So I think we go one further there. So must be passed before finishing. So let's have a look now at what some of the best practices are that we're already seeing in industry or in the schools. So let's look first at the training side. So many schools include mental maths together with refresher maths in a pre-entry course. Some ATOs include mental maths lessons early in the TK course. One best example from an integrated school is 30 minutes at the end of each day's lessons, 4 days a week for the first 3 weeks of a course, which is also then available to senior courses where individuals are having problems. And I know that talking earlier with Stuart from CATS said that they also, for distance learning, have mental maths lessons early on in his course. Many ATOs use mental maths during the subject lessons, so it can be practiced where that is via TKIs asking questions. Thank you. The best practice when it comes to the actual testing is that there can be one or more progress mental maths tests earlier on or during the TK course, which enables the student to get to practice and develop, but it also means that the ATO and the students know where their current ability is so that they can identify how they need to develop further. The summative test is scheduled after the student has covered all the related theory aspects and once the student has had many opportunities to use and develop their mental math skills. That's in an ideal best practice situation. And again, most ATOs make sure that they schedule the summative mental maths test at least 1 month before the final ATO in EASA exams, so that it enables time for identification of any mental maths skill requirements to be looked at and for a resit to be conducted. So I think that concludes just a quick refresher review on the mental maths requirements, why it was put in place, and some of the best practices that are currently being used in ATOs. Thank you very much, Francis.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and also for the incredible timekeeping. Thank you very much. So we now have a short break. Just wait while I share the agenda. We have a break until 11:15, where we'll join online again, and there we'll be looking at the theories and steps for the course design associated with the implementation of KSA 100. So 1 minute, I will mute ourselves, and we will see you online in 15 minutes. Thank you. So now we go to our next chunk, which is just looking at the course design, a relatively short check. I will start off with a refresher, let's say, of the what's in the Aircrew Regulation, and then Lewis will take over and explain in more detail their practical experience. So the AMC material associated with KSA 100 refers to instructional systems design. So it's a method or a framework that ensures that the people affected by this training development can understand each other, recognize, share the common goals, and see how they can get there. So therefore, it's a framework for change management. It's been around for a long time, very much used in the military and extensively used in learning technology, where you would typically have the change content or the change tool developed by a specialist who's not a subject matter expert. So that's let's say the historical, almost practical use of instructional systems design. It's mentioned briefly in these AMCs. And again, it's just a mechanism to help the change management. The intention is that you change something and it does what you want it to do. And you can check and see that it is doing what you want to do. if it's not quite doing what you want to do, it's got this mechanism for you to modify. And at GM level, there's a reference to the ADDIE framework. So here's a refresher of the ADDIE model: analyze, design, develop, implement, evaluate, as a consequence, identify what would be changed. So it's repetitive or iterative. I give you a minute to read the text there. And again, I think what we've seen from the previous presentations, we've seen over on Analyze 1, we've seen an example how industry needs were collected, both at the generic identification of a generic issue with the initial pilot training, and then that the actual implementation at specific ATOs. And it's important to consider all of the affected people in this: the students, the people involved in changing the training, the instructors and assessors. And there, the ADDIE just helps you to have a good chance that you've covered everything. But it's a mechanism to help you get to the result that you intended to get. And also to have the evidence there on how you got there and if it's working. So, so the ADDIE model is in the GM. It's one type of instructional system design or instructional design. There are many models, and whichever method or approach that you use, it's important that it helps you to design and develop the changes you want that work for everyone involved, and that you have the evidence for this. And this, maybe we come back on the oversight agenda item later. Again, this one of the common issues with ADDIE, and this is in the whole learning technology stroke learning community, not just aviation. It can be really difficult to identify all the affected elements at the beginning of the process. So for this reason, there are some different instructional system designs, some of them that take the backwards approach, identify what you want, where you want to be, and see how you can get there by working backwards. Another method you might see sometimes referred to is agile, which might be focusing on specific elements and bringing them together. Another one could be start relatively general with a prototype, and subsequent cycles improve and refine. Again, the intention being that overall, this second point, that when you're making changes to the training course, to have a good method for managing that change process is great, and just to involve all the affected people in this. So with that, I'd like to pass to Lewis, who will show their experiences at his school. Thank you. So 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lewis. I am the Chief Theoretical Knowledge Instructor at FT Jerez. And what I would like to share with you today is our experience in Jerez implementing the Area 100 KSA from the beginning, when we introduced it in 2020, to more or less where we are today. So when we started, especially looking at the regulation, and we started reading stuff like ISD and ADDIE models and whatnot, it can be a little bit intimidating. So what we tried to do is that as I looked into it, we tried to first look into it, and then what we found out, it's that if you can overcome that initial fear, it actually becomes a wonderful tool to help you to design these courses, and you just need to use it to the level of detail that you need. So we did use the ADDIE model to develop our KSA, the introduction of KSA in our course. As Francis just showed, and you can find this on the guidance material, it has 5 steps. 1, analyze the training needs. 2, design the course and the assessment plan. Develop the training and assessment materials. Implement the course. And then evaluate the outcome. If you just, on the bottom of the slides, every time there's something that it's on the regulation, I have a little reference for later on. When you get the presentations, you can go and find the references yourselves. So this is supposed to work as a permanent loop where you just keep going around and evaluating your results, analyzing, and keep going around the circle to develop your materials. So how did we do it? Our first version at FTE. Well, starting with the analysis of the training needs, we did by coming up with a set of questions that we wanted to ask ourselves. Basically, who is the target audience for this course? What are the objectives? What do we already do? What do we need to develop? And what resources do we need? We use this to map the first phase of developing our KSA course. So who is the target audience? It's actually one of the most challenging questions because what we deliver at FTE are integrated courses. And that can be, the people that join in can be aged anything between 17.5 and 40 years old. They can have any level of education from just coming out of the high school to having 1 or even several master degrees, as we've seen. Flight experience from none to already having a full PPL. We actually had a student who got his ATPL, not his ATPL, his frozen ATPL license and a job before getting his driver's license. His mom used to literally have to drive him to Heathrow to fly an A320. And then, and for work experience as well, we have people who have no work experience to anything you can think of, and maybe more relevant in terms of cultural background, anyone from anywhere in the world. So to try and develop a course that aims at developing the core competencies of an audience that is this wide, it can be quite challenging at times. Now, what are the objectives then? If you look at, once again, the explanatory notes to the decision that implemented KSA, they talk about eliciting a higher level of thinking aimed at the theoretical knowledge part of the training, talking about complementing the assessment methods of the current exam system, meaning going beyond just training the students to pass the EASA exams. And where it becomes almost a philosophy is it also aims at, instead of being a separate subject, it aims at being something that integrates all the other subjects and runs all across the course, with the goal of developing the students' core competencies and later on connecting, as Andy mentioned before, to what they will deal with in the airlines once they get their first job. Now, for that, the core competencies that ended up on the learning, that ended up being transformed into learning objectives, are the ones you can see there. They very much line up with the ICAO core competencies. Only a few of them that refer to flight path monitoring have been removed, or have not been included, not removed. And when we did it, what do we already do at FT? Well, our course at FT is delivered in 5 phases. We start with 19 weeks of ground school, covering 6 subjects. Then we send the students to do 12 weeks of flying. They then come back to ground school for another 12 weeks to do the final 7 subjects. And then they go on to do the end of the single engine piston and the multi-engine piston on the flying phase 2, and then proceed to the APS MCC. So if we zoom in just on those first 3 phases, each box represents a week of training. Before we implemented the Area 100 KSA assessments, what we had was, after 9 weeks, we ran internal progress tests, and also the instructors wrote an individual report on every student that the CTKI would consolidate and then brief the students on. The same thing would happen later on at the end of phase 1. We'd have the school's mock exams that allow a student to go and sit the EASA exams, which happen on week 19. And after that, the instructors would write another report on the students that refer to the second phase of phase 1, and they would be debriefed by the CTKI again. They would then go to do the flying school phase 1, which is roughly equivalent to a PPL, and then come back for phase 2 of ground school. Once again, week 5 progress tests, and at the school mock exams and the official exams and the debrief with the CTKI, which basically means that besides the examination and internal tests, in our school, the students would get a briefing and a report regarding their performance in the classroom every 9 weeks. And this is what we had before we introduced the Area 100 KSA. Now, these student reports, basically, they were written by the instructors, and they had a little narrative report, and we graded their classroom performance on a few tasks that we have them do. Tasks such as classroom contribution, a simulation, uniform standards. Every single instructor would grade the students on these tasks and produce a narrative report. These reports were not seen by the students, so that the instructors could be as honest as possible. And then the CTKI produces a consolidated version of those reports, and that's the thing that's briefed to the students every 9 weeks. Now, what do we need to develop in terms of the Area 100 KSA? Well, as you know, we've heard today, the regulations state that we need to do 1 formative assessment, 2 summative assessments, and 1 mental maths test with at least 22 questions. About the instructors training, we need to develop we need to train instructors to deliver the Area 100 KSA training, and also train instructors to assess, which are different things. And on top of that, we also need to develop a recurrent standardization program that ensures that we have inter-rater reliability, which nowadays I think will evolve to be called concordance assurance. We'll see what we'll get with that. And that's the reference once again. Now, what resources do we need? This is where we set how are we going to develop the program. Basically, a fully equipped classroom, some stationery for some of the stuff that we developed, trained instructors to deliver the training and to assess the training, and we put a challenge to ourselves, which was not to use some simulators. We've seen today a successful implementation of the use of the simulators. For us, our FT, we do have a couple of simulators there, an A320 and a 737, but as a challenge to ourselves, we said, let's try not to use the simulators because it's not required by the regulation. So how did we design the course and the assessment plan of our first implementation? We picked up our map, and what we did was we picked up the moments where we did the reporting, and we used them as guides to produce the actual formative assessment. So we had the first formative assessment on week 9. We had the first summative assessment at the end of phase 1. And then we had the second summative assessment plus the mental maths exam on week 6 of phase 2, because that would also allow us time to, if necessary, give additional training to any student that could eventually get an unsatisfactory grade by any reason, before they get the first attempt at the last exam, which is when you need to have the Area 100 KSA assessment done. So what were those assessments? The formative assessment was basically a presentation. So what we did was we used those first 9 weeks as almost as a demo, how a lesson should be delivered. And then on week 9, a group of 4 students, we have to prepare and deliver a presentation on a topic already covered. This assessment was designed to give the opportunity to the students to display their competency in communication, leadership, and teamwork. And then it was debriefed with the CTKI and the course mentor. As for the summative assessments, The first one was one of those generic role-playing games. A nuclear holocaust just happened and you're all in a bunker and you have to achieve this and that, which is very commonly used to assess the level of the competencies in the job interviews on most airlines. And we decided to give the opportunity to display those competencies and then debriefed by the instructors. And the last summative assessment was a Lego. If you've been to one of these webinars or conferences before, it's a Lego exercise I used to demonstrate. It would start with a cross-subject group calculation exercise where the students would have to prepare basically a flight going through mass and balance, aircraft performance, and flight planning. And then they would go into this role-playing game where they would have to assemble Legos while we simulated a cockpit environment with communications with ATC. And this exercise was designed to give the opportunity to display all of the applicable learning objectives. So this was our first program that we developed. We had to come up with the materials. So the initial training for the instructors, we developed an online CBT for the threat and error management course, for the grading system of the school and all of that, that the instructors would have to complete on induction. We had to develop some report templates to assess the formative and the summative assessments, and we have to develop the materials that would present a challenge for each of the assessments. We implemented the course. So we did some instructor training with our instructors. This is a simulation of the 3 against 3 Lego assembling of the exercise that we had for the last summative assessment. And then we ran formative and summative assessments with our students, where they would deliver a lesson, as we've said, on something that had already been covered before. So what did we get out of it? The first few courses went quite well. We were producing some very significant data and we were seeing some progress in the students. However, after a while, things started not going so well. What happened was, because we kept the previous reports that the instructors would have to fill, the instructors felt they were running parallel systems. They were producing these reports for the classroom performance, and separately they were doing the KSA assessment. So what started to happen after a while was, one, we started losing the quality of our legacy classroom performance reports, and two, even the assessments eventually turned into box-ticking exercises that had no connection to what was happening on the day-to-day basis. So that invited us to develop a second version. So here we go on our second loop around the ADDIE model. When we run our second analysis, what we asked ourselves was what improved, and what we could see was the awareness of the core competencies. Even throughout all of these things, both the students and the instructors now were aware of them and more fluent with it than they were before. What got worse, we lost some of the quality that we were producing towards the end. And what can we further improve? And what we saw on here was try to incorporate both evaluations that we were doing, try to bring the information we were collecting to the classroom to complement the formative and summative assessments. So going into the design, we kept the formative and both the summative assessments, but what we did was we also leaned on AMC 3 that talks about complementing the formative assessment with continuous assessment over a specified phase of the course. And for us, the specified phase of the course was the whole of the ground school. So what we did was we kept the formative assessment and the 2 summative assessments, but we now start the course with a KSA briefing on week 1, where they get told what are the goals and what they're going to be graded on. So then what we have is, for those first 9 weeks, we consider that also part of the formative assessment. And the KSA debrief that we produced during week 9 reflects both the results of the formative assessments and what we collected, the data we collected during those 9 weeks of ground school. We then do the same thing for the end of, for the second part of phase 1, and the same thing for phase 2. So basically what we did was we complemented the assessment exercises with continuous assessment that we do in the classroom. We what did we have to develop for the second round? Well, thank God, there's not a lot to do. If you the bulk of the work gets done on the first time around. Once you are reevaluating your system, rest assured that it gets much easier. We just had to identify in the classroom what can be observed and recorded so that later we can classify against the learning objectives. Basically, this is defining and telling your instructors what they should be on the lookout in the classroom. We adapted the instructors' reports to reflect, so now that everything was Area 100 KSA, and we did have to allocate a little bit more time for the Area 100 KSA debriefs, because now they didn't refer just to the assessment events, they referred to the whole training that they were receiving, the students were receiving. So we implemented this new system, we started immediately, and what did we get out of it? Well, first, the instructors appreciated the decreased workload. Working with one integrated system rather than two, they felt like they were not producing parallel stuff they wouldn't mix. They felt they were producing a single evaluation system, that we were assessing system. Two, the assessments became seamlessly integrated into and throughout the entire training syllabus, which led the students to feel that the course was really aimed at their development rather than at passing exams or passing a given assessment that would happen on a given day. The biggest advantage is this last bit, which is the students really feel like it's a continuous process of development instead of a scary one evaluation moment. The third version, because we can always learn from that. Well, then you're going to have to wait for next year, okay, where I will bring you the feedback from our next loop around the circus, because we're already working on another version of our Area 100 KSA model. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much to everyone.
Many thanks, Lewis, for this. And again, if things arise in your head, please use the Slido. As I said, we will come back to this around about 3:15. So this was the course design element, and now we go on to the next agenda topic, which is on KSA assessment grading. Again, another very challenging activity for many of us, and a complex element in the implementation of KSA 100. And Jackie Suren will once more go through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis. So before we can look at how to ensure the grading is consistent within the different TKIs doing the assessments, we first need to review the actual grading itself. So within this session, we're going to look at what are pilot competency OBs, the KSA 100 LOs, the purpose of the actual KSA ATO assessments, the function of the competency grading in TK, and then finally where we're trying to aim at is the actual KSA pilot competency grading itself. So first we need to understand about the Area 100 KSA Learning Objectives, and they actually relate directly back to the ICAO and the EASA EBT pilot competency OBs of today. They were originally written from the very first set of the ICAO competencies, which is why they have been very slightly updated and amended, or why the EBT pilot competencies are now slightly updated and amended from those past ones. So you can see on the right-hand side, the bottom right there, that you've got the KSA 100 LOs. And you can see because it needed to be introduced as a learning objective, it starts with show the ability to. And then if you see the first line, it says manages threats and errors in a timely manner, identifies and manages the risks effectively. If we look today at what the EASA competencies are, you'll see that it's practically identical in that what you're actually supposed to observe, because it's an observable behaviour, is that you identify, assess and manage threats and errors in a timely manner. And you can see If you reorder, because the order's also changed, you'll see that the majority of the KSA 100 learning objectives are those that you will find in the EASA competences today. But you can see there that we've suggested that the ATO suggested the ATO should have the choice, potentially, of either using the KSA 100 LOs, or particularly if they're looking at training throughout a number of different phases, linking up to the MCC and then type training, that they could, if they want, use the related, updated EBT, pilot competency OBs. There's only a very small difference, which, as you can see at the bottom on the right-hand side, it says, demonstrates resilience when entering an unexpected situation. That was actually not in problem solving, it was in resilience, in 100.03. But this was reflective of 8-9 years ago, and it's now been included in the competency problem solving and decision making. And you can see it clearly there at the bottom in 6.9, demonstrates resilience when encountering an unexpected situation. So, yeah, so sometimes the OBs have moved between different competencies or into a competence. And you'll also see in 1 or 2 places they've moved between competencies between now and then. Thank you, Francis. So what is the purpose of these KSA assessments? And it is twofold, because we're looking at theoretical knowledge. So one part is that we need to ensure an environment where we can have deeper understanding and the application of knowledge. So that is met through ATO active learning methods, if you've got classroom environment particularly, but also that can be done, as Louis has already said, in the distance learning environment, Stuart has said, and the KSA assessments in the TK phase, which their use there is you can actually have a more facilitated session where you enable the students to explore the real higher learning taxonomy levels of those learning objectives. So you can teach more effectively by using these KSA assessments. And they can also provide the across-subject knowledge and the scenario application. The second side is obviously that it provides the milestone event, the assessment. So the KSA assessment exercise enables the student to demonstrate their across-subject application of knowledge for assessment. And these subjects assessments can supplement the EASA single subject examination system that is most effective at the lower order of the Bloom's taxonomy LOs. So, thank you. So, and the other side is we've got to move towards the development of those pilot competencies at the start of the learning journey. So what we have there is we know that the KSA 100 learning objectives are based on the competency objectable behaviours, which are known as OBs, which 8 years ago were known as performance indicators, which is why you'll see in the guidance material before they're talked about performance indicators rather than observable behaviours. The ATO is to design each assessment exercise for a given environment and exercise aim, which to complete well is likely to require the student to show some particular relevant competency OBs. So in the way you design that actual assessment exercise, you are likely, but not necessarily, going to see those particular OBs or learning objectives. The TKI who observes the exercise can then record, take notes of what they see, and then they can relate what they see to the actual competency OBs. They can then grade the relative competencies and provide feedback on the competency strengths and weaknesses and how to improve further. So the purpose of the KSA assessments are really twofold. Once for enabling the deeper understanding and the across-subject application, and secondly for the development of the pilot competencies. So what are the functions of the competency grading at TK? Well, obviously, the first one is the development of each competence so that we can enable individual students and the TKIs to make their training more effective and efficient, because we can focus on each individual student's weaker areas whilst also enabling the further development of all the students' competencies. And the second point is because at the end of TK, it's a milestone in terms of competency-based training and assessment, in that there's a standard that must be achieved. So the grading is also used in the summative assessment to ensure that the student has reached a minimum competency standard, which is known, as we said, as satisfactory. So to do that, the student must have got what we call a grade L2 in each competence in each summative assessment. And from what Andy said at the start, we're using the wording here, a grade L2, because we know that in the guidance material it was talked about as a level 2. But to prevent confusion now with EBT, where a level is the granularity of the actual assessment, we've turned it into, instead we're talking to grade L2, so that we can see that the progressive movement and consistency through the different stages of training. But there's also a third point about the grading, and it's important, coming back to what Louis said earlier, is about if you're going to evaluate the course, you need to have data to do it with. And the actual competency grading enables us to look as an ATO at how a student themselves is progressing and their trend, but it also enables us to evaluate the course design. So 3 particular areas that the grading achieves. So just going back briefly, what is the philosophy? Well, of this, the grading, well, the overriding requirement at this very early stage of training is that for the student to reach a satisfactory level in each summative assessment is they cannot have had a negative or a neutral, as in they are electing not to say very much and just hope that they'll get through, on others or in that competence. The most common way to determine the competency level used through all competency-based training assessment is for the TKI to observe how many, how often, and how well the student demonstrates the OBs or the EASA KSA Learning Objectives in that competence, plus the level of success of the outcome. To be able to do this, the TKI completing the assessment must be familiar with the competencies in the OBs. And because we're going to be looking at a live session following this, Francis has already reminded you and sent out the present KSA 100 LOs so that you can have those next to you while we're doing that exercise. So we're coming now to the actual process of grading itself. So the TKI assessment process can be described by the acronym ORCA, which is that first of all, the assessor has to observe what happens. Move on. So we're going to take notes of what we see, and that's a record. So you observe and you record. You then reflect afterwards on what you saw, and you decide what you saw, how that relates to the OBs that were demonstrated. So you're classifying which OBs were met, or the opposite sometimes, before you do the last stage, which is the grading to determine the overall student performance. Finally, the TKI will consider and add to the report how they consider that the student can develop further. So what are the actual grades? Well, the one that's most essential is the boundary between a grade L1, which is unsatisfactory, and a grade L2, which is satisfactory. And as Andy said at the start of today, he said this in EBT is known as level 1. As in its binary, you're either, in this case at KSA, satisfactory or unsatisfactory, and in EBT, you're either competent or not competent. Thank you. So what is a grade L1 or unsatisfactory in KSA 100? The student's performance in that particular competency was either ineffective or inadequate, which in relation to the competency had a neutral or negative effect on the others and the outcome of the exercise. In addition, if you're looking at the OBs, you'd have probably seen none or few. You might have seen more, but it would have been potentially negative, the reverse of what that OB is. So what is satisfactory? What is the division to a grade L2? Well, the student's performance in this competency was satisfactory, which had a slightly positive effect on the outcome. So in this case, we've got to have seen at least some of the relevant OBs in the competency some of the time. So the important word for if we're going to have a more granular satisfactory grading is the word some. So what do we mean by half? Well, some we can think of as half, but the minimum, which is in the guidance material, I think it actually is AMC, is it has to be at least 35% of the relevant OBs in that particular performance, which means that 2 out of 6, which is a third, would be classified as unsatisfactory, a grade L1, not a grade L2. In that case, there would have had to have been 3 out of the 6. So looking further at, if we want to divide satisfactory into a more granular system of grading, which is done in the guidance material, we will see that we've got a grade L3, whereas instead of the word some, it's now being replaced by most. So to get a grade L3, the student would have needed to show most of the relevant performance indicators, or OBs, in this competency most of the time, and that would have been central to a good outcome. A grade 4 is that the student consistently shows most or some and it's central to a very good outcome, whereas a grade L5 consistently shows all and it's central to an excellent outcome. But we note that the word of the use relevant OBs are those that we said earlier, are those that in the design of the assessment are likely to be observed in that particular designed assessment exercise. And we're saying there in note 2, ATOs might decide to combine grades 4 and 5, for example, or they could just use the very coarse gradient of unsatisfactory, unsatisfactory. Just saying again what Andy said at the start, just to note the KSA grades do not equate to the EBT grades just because the standard and conditions are different. In recurrent training, the pilot is already competent, whereas in training, we are getting to, or ab initio training, we're on the pathway, we're on the way to becoming competent. And hence at the end of KSA 100, we're looking at a milestone, a particular point on the pathway where we want just a satisfactory level at that point. So, having gone through grading, what we need to do now is look, we can see how important it is that we can make sure that the instructors that are doing the actual assessing understand and can be consistent with how they do the grading. And in time it would be great if the ATOs also had a reasonably similar understanding of grading, because it is going forwards to whether they are suitable to continue into the next phase of flying, and so that the national competent authorities have a similar-ish understanding of what is being looked for. So I will finish there, but if you've got questions, please do ask on the Slido app, and we can go further at that point. Thank you, Francis.
Many thanks, Jackie, and that again a good refresher and reminder of these important assessments. And what we have now in the next agenda item is looking at the training for the instructor and assessor, and also an exercise on the assessment in practice. And Hilary Farley-Wood will start off with a nice demonstration and level of interaction for what's going on at her school. Please have at your hand the KSA Learning Objectives / observable behaviours for communication and leadership and teamwork, because it's going to help. You'll be asked to reflect and see how they can apply as part of this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Francis, once again. Yes, so again, we're just having a little look at what we do at Leading Edge Aviation in terms of assessing instructor standardisation. So addressing first of all the idea of what we're trying to achieve, so how we would expect to assess, who we would like to have assessing, the challenges and the solutions that assessment brings, and there are many, and then ways that we can then try and achieve that standardisation. So I'm just going to guide you through what we do to see if that's going to be of any help in your own organisations. So looking first of all at how to assess, we've already had a quick reference to the ORCA model from Lewis and Jackie, but it's exactly where we need to begin. So ideally we want to be observing the students' behaviour, so in an exercise scenario, for example, scenario exercise. Whilst we're doing those observations, making notes and recording evidence that we can then relate to the learning objectives or observable behaviours. So that will then allow us to come up with an assessment, an overall assessment that is evidenced against the learning objectives. So it's kind of airtight and it's not subjective in any way. Moving on to who can assess, really rather important to have relevant experience of commercial aviation and also of the ATPL syllabus, because we are looking at application of knowledge as well. In terms of the training course, so we'd require the assessing instructors to have completed the training course. The idea of the training course is to make sure we're quite clear on the objectives, the aims of KSA, which is development primarily. Also being very familiar with the pilot competencies and the observable behaviours that have been developed as a result of those. And also an understanding of what the assessments entail and what we can realistically expect from the students, i.e. which behaviours are likely to be demonstrated on a good day anyway. And then the purpose of the course is to try and ensure that we do get some sort of inter-rater reliability, some sort of standardisation in the final assessment that comes as a result of that. In addition, making sure that we're all familiar with how the debrief should be conducted, be that verbal or written, but the sort of elements that should be included in that. Moving on to the challenges, primarily is achieving that standardisation. It is quite difficult because we're all human beings, we've all got our own opinions, but this has got to be really as objective as possible, which is quite a skill in itself. And that's the only way we can kind of ensure that we're going to be producing, sort of playing on a level playing field, if you like. So the solution, or one of the suggested solutions to try to achieve that standardisation, is really through the training. So what we've done in the past is literally sat down, as Lewis demonstrated at FT as well, but in a group with the assessing instructors, and actually done some practical exercises ourselves to see if we can then achieve that standardisation. And we're going to have a go at doing that today as well. So I'm going to show you some examples of some statements and also some video footage that we've designed specially, so we can then have a go at seeing how that works. So two exercises, or two sections rather, two different types. We've got a text-based exercise where you will see some comments on the screen, and then I'm going to ask you to have a look at the learning objectives that have been forwarded to you and refer where you can to those and see if you can apply the comments to any identifiable behaviours. So make a note of what you consider them to be relevant. When we get to the video exercises, we'll observe the videos, and then I'd be asking you to maybe Make notes as you're observing the videos, and then from there, hopefully, we'll be able to go forward with recognising observable behaviours and then coming up with some sort of assessment as a result. Having said that, I'll explain as we get there. When we get to the videos, there will be multiple students, so we'll talk about that closer to the time. So this first section with a few text-based examples, there are 4 that we'll have a look at, just looking at the communication competency. So we're not looking at any others from these particular statements. And these are from actual observed assessments. So just to familiarise ourselves, hopefully you can bring you can have to hand the learning objectives on communication. And then here is our first statement that I'm going to ask you to see which, if any, of the observed behaviours can you relate to this comment here. So having a quick read through that, quick reference to the communication objectives, and hopefully you're going to come up with something along the lines of the ability to listen actively and also the ability to ask effective and relevant questions. So at least those 2 objectives we could maybe agree have been identified or evidenced in that statement. Same student moving further on to the statement here that was made, and have a little look at that and refer back to the communications objectives or behaviours. And then hopefully we will see, we've seen the ability there to communicate clearly and also using appropriate body language, so appropriate non-verbal communications as a minimum. Again, there may be more, and this is really just a very small snippet of that particular exercise. We'll have a look at another one here. Oh, no, sorry, before we go on to that, we'll decide how we're going to grade the student. So based on just the very small extracts there, the question to ask yourself is, did the student's communication have a positive effect on the outcome and on the others in that particular exercise? And if the answer is yes, then we can think about how we're going to grade them. The next question is going to be, well, did they demonstrate some of the behaviours some of the time, most of the time? And then it starts to get into the elements that Jackie was describing there. If we are going to agree that they met some of the behaviours or the objectives some of the time, that is leading us towards, well, I'm going to let you come up with potentially a grade L2, so a satisfactory demonstration of that particular competency. Bearing in mind for that exercise, there were 9 of the observable behaviours that could be observed, and we assume we've seen at least 4. We have met that minimum, well, more than a third, a minimum 35%, which is why we'll be looking at potentially satisfactory and grade L2 in this particular instance. So this is, again, just a practical example. We'll have a look at two more, sorry. So this next example here, I'm going to put a statement up, have a little read through and see which, if any, of the observed behaviours you think this comment would identify. You might think, well, okay, initially we can see it relates to rather whether a student is able to receive information, when and with whom to communicate, and also body language. However, looking at the statements more closely, we can see in actual fact that this student has failed to meet those particular objectives. So this is not looking quite so encouraging. So when we come on to the question of how we might grade that particular performance, we'd ask the same question: have they had a positive effect on the outcome and the other people that they're working with? And if the answer to that is no, then straight away it's going to be unsatisfactory, so a grade L1. One more example we'll have a look at together where we look at the video examples. So here is another comment that was real live recorded. Have a little look at that for 2 minutes. Think about the communication, learning objectives, behaviours that we're hoping to identify. You might then agree that the student has shown the ability to decide what and when and with whom to communicate. When it comes, however, to communicating clearly and accurately, they haven't really interjected as much as we might like them to, and they have been relatively difficult to hear and unclear when they have made those contributions. In terms of following the written documentation, again, that particular student not quite meeting a satisfactory standard. So let's have a look at how we would grade this particular student, asking the same questions. Did the student have a positive effect on the outcome and on the others? Given that the student seemed a little bit reluctant from the comments to participate, we've got to say, well, that's really erring a bit more towards the neutral effect. So one of those students is maybe thinking, I'll just let everybody else do the work and I'll sit along for the ride and hopefully get through unscathed. However, that is not really satisfactory. So again, we'd be looking at potentially a grade L1 for that particular student. So having got a flavour, hopefully an idea of what we're trying to do in this particular section, we're going to have a look at a couple of video clips. Two different video clips, but each one is split into two smaller sections, but it will carry straight on. You will see in these clips 3 students who very gallantly and bravely agreed to act certain roles for us for the purposes of training. What I'm going to suggest is, rather than try and observe all 3 students, maybe just choose one of the 3 for you to focus on. We're going to be looking purely at communication and leadership and teamwork in terms of the competencies, because we haven't got all afternoon. And what we're going to see is just an extract from one of our summative KSA exercises, which is a flight planning exercise. It's just an extract. The exercise itself lasts for about an hour, so obviously in real life we would have much more information to go on, but let's just see what we can do with that. So just a note to make it perfectly clear, the students who are participating in this video clip have done so for training purposes only, and they are acting an agreed role. With that, I just want to also add that every student that participated in creating these videos has demonstrated an excellent level of ability through ground school, through their flight training, and also in KSA. And we are incredibly grateful to them for their support in creating this material. Okay, we're going to play the first video clip, so just a slight pause in the middle.
Okay, so we are going from, by the looks of it, from Gatwick to Edinburgh. Okay, our estimated off-blocks time is 12:20, that's great. So we have fuel to consider, weather, alternates and performance. It starts 60 minutes to do this task. What does start timer, Brad? Yeah. Great. If you start on mass and balance, and you can start on the fuel policy, and we'll get that going. Yeah. Put some index here. Okay, so the RLS is at service at Birmingham, both runways. Umport airport charges that's not really relevant. Slot delay, what was the slot delay again? Yeah, okay, so 40 minutes to go. And the METAR, we're going to have a look at weather as well, that might be quite useful.
Maria, you've got a copy of the fuel plan?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That obviously means overcast, right?
Yeah, overcast at 100 feet. Yeah, and then there's, is that mist and fog?
No, that means shallow fog.
Oh, okay, okay.
How's those mass and balance figures coming along?
Yeah, it's because of the weather.
Okay, can you do mass and balance as well, please, just while you're there? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll do that after.
Okay, the ILS at Birmingham is now out. Okay, aircraft is flying Cat 2 approach. An updated METAR, I'll give that to you. Got some LVPs. What are LVPs?
It's a low visibility procedure.
Okay. More LVPs. All that chat about can we go, can we not, all the weather radar stuff, we wasted 5 minutes with that. So let's just try and keep the speed up. That's all right.
Mario, what's the weather like on route?
It's not brilliant. If you have a look here.
Let me come over. Oh, we've got like this massive cell.
Yeah.
Okay, so that looks like, I think that's going to be moving east. So we'll probably need to go around it to the west.
Why go around it? We're in an Airbus. Just go straight through it. If it's a CBE, you can just go under it.
So I can't stop looking at that bit. So looking first of all, if you decided to maybe focus your attention on Moira, we'll just have a look at communication first of all. We can see here a list of the communication learning objectives. From that, hopefully, we've been able to identify that Moira has shown the ability to respond to written documentation in English in this case, so she certainly seemed to find her way around the information that was provided, which was quite comprehensive. However, when it comes to her ability to communicate clearly, accurately and concisely, she was rather quiet, so it was quite difficult to hear what she was saying, and so some of that helpful input is potentially lost. So we saw, oops, I've gone too far on mine. She was able to interpret the documentation, but didn't entirely meet the learning objective for clearly and concise communication. So with that in mind, at this stage of this exercise, not looking quite so strong for Moira. So we'll be really looking potentially to grade her as grade L1 unsatisfactory at this stage. Let's move on and have a look at Arif now and his communication. So he was initially in the centre of all the action there. With Arif, we saw, well, yes, he could communicate at a good volume, clearly, concisely, also ask effective questioning. So when he wasn't sure, he was able to ask sensible questions. However, when it comes to noticing when people were ready to receive information, Arif didn't really pay much attention to that, and also didn't check, having given out various instructions, didn't really check to see whether his colleagues had understood those instructions. In terms of his non-verbal communications, there are some quite good examples there of quite negative body language, which was starting to potentially inhibit further communication or contribution from his colleagues. So for the reasons highlighted there, potentially we're looking at unsatisfactory for Arif at this stage, and again a grade L1. Moving on to Brad, the third participant in that particular exercise. Brad, to begin with, didn't really have that much to say, a little bit quiet, but listening to everybody else actively and absorbing the information being passed and the elements of the task. So with Brad, he did respond quite well when he saw there was a need to support Moira. He did ask relevant questions when he wasn't sure about an item there on the tab. So with him, we did see considerably more of the communication behaviours demonstrated. So he's looking a little bit stronger at this stage. So we, at this stage, give him a satisfactory, give a grade L2, but quite a good grade L2 as well. It performed quite well. Looking now at leadership and teamwork for Moira, we did see evidence that Moira was certainly able to follow instructions and respond to other people and show empathy and respect for the people she was working with. Could probably also comment that she was able to show self-control because she wasn't necessarily being spoken to in the nicest of ways. So she's showing some team skills there, but not very much evidence at this stage of any leadership. However, sufficient to give her a satisfactory grade grade L2 at this stage. Moving then on to Arif, just looking at his leadership and teamwork. We could see that he, I'm looking at the wrong one, that he did give directions quite clearly and was also willing to admit mistakes because he wasn't sure what some of the terminology meant, so he did at least ask about that. And he was certainly willing to communicate his suggestions, his opinions, had plenty of input. However, we could say that he failed to meet some of the objectives, such as showing empathy for his colleagues and also encouraging an atmosphere of open communication. So again, for those reasons, we are looking at unsatisfactory performance at this point, a grade L1 for Arif. And then lastly, on to Brad for this section of the exercise. We did again see quite a few behaviours demonstrated from Brad, very able to follow instructions. He was also showing a tendency there to be able to adopt a leadership role as well, and did then provide assistance for Moira when he sensed that she needed it, and also able to project self-control in dealing with Arif and the manner in which he was speaking to both his colleagues. So for Brad, we say was still satisfactory, quite a high grade L2 at this stage. So we're going to show you another or a continued version of the exercise, but now a bit more towards the end. We'll see what our opinions change at all.
Okay, great. So I think we've got 3 areas that we need to go through now. We've got the fuel, the mass and balance, and the performance we need to go through. So talking about the fuel, the biggest question I've got is what alternates we need to use. Because I think I read somewhere that we couldn't use Glasgow, because we've got Glasgow as our primary alternate at the moment.
Let's just go to Glasgow.
I don't think we can.
Let's go to Glasgow. That's it. Let's stop wasting time on silly things. We don't need to go. We're going to Glasgow.
That's a good find then. Due to unpaid airport charges, as a company, we will no longer be able to divert to Glasgow unless in an emergency. So, using that as a commercial alternate, I don't think that we can use Glasgow at all. So, where else can we go?
Looking at the weather there.
Yeah.
Can maybe pick one.
Oh, Manchester looks alright. No cloud detected. So we've got Manchester. You mentioned LVPs before as well. So how will that affect us in terms of our alternates?
We will need 2 alternates this time.
Okay, great. So if we've got Manchester is 1, where else could we go?
Maybe Birmingham?
Yeah, sure. Broken at 5,000.
We can't go to Birmingham. The ILS is out of service. Let's go to Glasgow.
Well, we can't go to Glasgow. So if the ILS is broken, is there any other ways that we can get into Birmingham? Maybe looking at like an RNAV approach or something.
I can have a look.
Okay, great.
No, I'll have a look. I've been doing this for the last 20 minutes. This is my task. Stop trying to take my job away from me. I've been trying to lead this group from the very start, and you're just not listening to me. You're starting to undermine me, undermine my authority. I'm not having it. Can we just work together as a team and get this done?
No, that's all right. Okay, so if that's the case, and you've been having a look, what sort of approaches have they got at Birmingham, and what could we use instead of the ILS? Great. So one thing that I wanted to just revisit as well was our fuel. We sort of just chose 2 tons of extra, but I don't really
understand why we're revisiting this again. Like, just 2 tons. Too much time has been spent on this. Just move on.
Yeah, no.
Actually, if we take 2 tons, it makes us landing mass limited.
Oh.
And I don't think that taking just 2 tons as a random number isn't quite ideal, so I think we should sort of like choose a number and base it off of some sort of calculation as well.
Well, so I did 15 minutes of the fuel flow, and that would roughly give us enough, and say 500 kg.
Okay, lovely.
And that puts us well within limits.
Okay, fantastic. So we can go with 500 kilos extra for our fuel. Yeah. Arif, we spoke earlier as well about approaches into Birmingham. And that we can do an ILS. So have you been able to have a look at any other places and see if we could do anything else?
Yes, so the RNAV approach for runway 15.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So we could shoot the RMP for runway 15 into Birmingham, which means that we don't need to worry about the ILS. That's really good work, nice one. Great, so if we just do a quick review, fuel, we said that we were going to take 500 kilos extra.
Yeah.
And in terms of M&B, that all works out?
Works out fine, yeah.
Fantastic. Weather considerations we've got. So we said that there were some LVPs in at Edinburgh.
Yeah.
But
we've got 2 alternates.
We've got 2 alternates. I'm happy with where those 2 alternates are, and we can get into both of them. Fantastic. Performance calculations. Arif, were you able to have a look at the perf as well?
Yeah, I did have quickly. So we just have to do config 1 plus F and a flight extended 65.
Okay, fantastic. M&B we've just had a quick talk about, and the last one is threats and errors. So what are like the biggest threats which you guys can think of that the flight?
I would say the weather's a big one because we've got like the CB en route.
Yeah.
That's fine because we've got the extra fuel, we can always go around it.
Yeah.
And then we've also got the ATPGs in Edinburgh, because the visibility is pretty poor, but that's fine because we've got the alternates that we can use instead.
Sure, great. Arif, have you got anything else to add?
No, I think you've covered it.
Yeah, happy?
Yeah,
okay, fantastic. Well done, guys.
Okay, so now we are just going to have a look at and just do a final assessment. So we're not going to go through the individual learning objectives again, but just do a final assessment overall, based on the evidence that we've gathered throughout the exercise. So looking at Moira, first of all, communication, did she have a positive effect on the outcome and the others? So yes, if at this point we answered no, it would automatically be a grade 1. Then we needed to really decide, well, how many of the behaviours did Moira demonstrate and how often, together with the effect she had on how successful the outcome was. And as she did have a lot of knowledge to contribute and was obviously very good at following the instructions, good followership demonstrated here. And we did see consistently a satisfactory level of contribution from Moira. Initially, she was a little bit quiet and a bit unsatisfactory and reluctant to engage, but she improved significantly in the second half. So she would have made it for a satisfactory grade L2. Looking then at Moira's leadership and teamwork, same question as before. Oh, so we haven't had this question yet. Did she have a positive effect on the outcome and on the others? Yes, she certainly pulled her weight and had a positive effect on the outcome. Deciding on how often and how many of the behaviours she demonstrated will then guide us towards our grade. So in this example here, still going to go with satisfactory and grade L2, but probably only just because, again, she did show considerable, there was some teamwork, but there's no evidence of leadership at all from Moira in this particular exercise that we've observed. Moving on to Arif, first of all, communication. We've already discussed in that earlier section, wasn't looking too good at the start. However, same question, positive effect on the outcome and the others, no. So straight away, we're looking at unsatisfactory, grade L1. We did see in the second half, even fewer behaviours observed, and many times when Arif's communication had a negative impact on the others and potentially on the outcome, actually safety critical in some regard. So for leadership and teamwork, still with Arif, did he have a positive effect on the team and the outcome? Hard to say, so no. So again, we're looking at unsatisfactory, and some instances, as I just mentioned there, where some of his behaviours were really quite critically negative and could have kind of destabilised the whole exercise. Moving on to Brad then, let's see what we thought of Brad. So in terms of his communication, did he have a positive effect? To begin with, it was looking quite good. We'd say if anything, that probably improved as the exercise developed and he got more engaged. So deciding what grade to go for him, still satisfactory, but now we're looking at potentially an L3. So having gone up a little bit harder, a lot more of the behaviours observed most of the time. So he did kind of pull it together and improve throughout that particular exercise. Looking at leadership and teamwork for Brad, same questions, positive effect on the outcome and on the others. Well, yes, he did a lot to kind of hold the team together and help complete the exercise and drive it to a positive conclusion. So for Brad, again, looking at satisfactory, but a good satisfactory, so grade L3, because he did demonstrate most of the behaviours most of the time throughout that exercise. Again, high 3 could have been a 4 even if he'd been, performed at the level that he was performing at the end. If he'd started off at that level, then yeah, that would have probably assessed him at a grade L4. Not graded that, have I? So just overall for each of the students now very quickly in terms of application of knowledge, Moira, we were trying to sort of create a situation where she was actually very knowledgeable, but she was a bit reluctant to participate, so we had to kind of drag it out of her. But in terms of application of knowledge, definitely satisfactory and potentially grade L3. For Arif, we're looking at insufficient knowledge. Did need to ask some quite key questions. So for him, just going to be a grade L1. And for Brad, we are looking at quite a good knowledge level, showing most of the way through. And so once again, ending up with a grade L3.
My character was very over-authoritarian, a bit of a bully really, and very disruptive towards the task. This was really just to conceal his lack of knowledge.
Whereas my character was very quiet and wasn't willing to speak up. However, she actually did have a huge amount of knowledge to back up.
My character was on the fence, was happy to try and help out in some areas, but was also walked over in others. So overall, really was able to sort of get through the exercise and scrape through, but there wasn't an overall addition or like help to the exercise.
So here we have not just the students that were in front of the camera, but also students that were behind the camera that helped us create that footage that we could then use in our assessment training course. So as I said at the start, we are immensely grateful to all of those that helped with that. And just to clarify that the students in the video clip were acting a role and did perform very well during the training phase that we've observed. Again, a little note on debriefing. So what to include in a written debrief. So this particular summative exercise, we do provide a written debrief for each student. With that, we relate it back to the learning objectives, the observable behaviours, and try and identify which ones have been satisfied with evidence, i.e. what the student said or did that supports that particular objective. Also, any of the behaviours or objectives that the student was not able to satisfy or potentially had a neutral effect on. Then from that, we then can come up with an overall grade for that level of competency. With that, absolutely key to our students is to include areas for development, because that's what the whole KSA process is all about. And as always, we take on board any student comments. In terms of assessment standards, if a student fails to reach the minimum satisfactory level in each of the competencies, then we do allow for further training and a repeat exercise to encourage the students forward and hopefully help them achieve the required level. So that is just part of our process there, and as in line with the regulations, we do want to try and make sure that everybody reaches that minimum standard. So that's how we've dealt with it at Leading Edge Aviation, and I do hope that's going to be helpful in organising KSA assignments yourselves. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Hilary, and also for continuing while your voice was also suffering. So I apologise, we will be running over, but please let's take this important opportunity to compare the EBT and KSA 100 as regards the training for the instructor stroke assessor involved. And Andy Mitchell, if you could please turn on your camera and please the slower speaking pace given the webinar format. Many thanks.
Hilary, thank you for handing back. I'm just going to try and get my camera on now for you. I'm actually joining on the phone to try and make the clarity a bit better. Let's see if that works. So, okay, hello everyone. I hope you can see me there. Also on the phone, as you can see. So, thank you, Francis, and also thanks to Hilary for that great example of the assessment part of KSA 100. What I'll do now is compare and contrast what we've seen there and look a bit more at the big picture of how we're going to, from a best practice perspective, taking into account how our EASA EBT training is done for instructors under EBT, seeing how we can take some of those best practices across to applying that into TKI training bearing in mind that the regulation right now from an EASA EBT perspective is quite mature, and there's not a lot of guidance when it comes to how we should improve our TKIs towards CBTA. I noticed in the chat there's also a message from one of the attendees talking specifically about this, about how are we going to make that transition for the TKIs, and it's the same for our TRIs and TREs who move into the EBT world, that they are really making what has been known for a long time as a paradigm shift. It's a very different way of observing, recording. The classification, the assessment is very different to what they've been used to, and it will be a similar challenge for the TKIs. So this next section is more looking at the big picture of how we can move our TKIs across as seamlessly as possible to becoming the effective CBTA TKIs in the future to support KSA 100 as best as we can. Let's just talk firstly about summarize the pilot competencies. So as Hilary was touching on there, we have the 9 pilot competencies. These are the ones that we are assessing as much as possible fully in the operational environment, and we're looking to assess the path towards these competencies, as many as we can, within the non-operational environment. One point to make on this is it can be argued that there is a few here that we won't be able to see in a non-operational environment. For example, FPA and FPM, flight path management, automation, and manual. Now, having said that, if we were to look at the OBs, which we won't do now, but if you were to look at the OBs for these 2 competencies, quite a few of them are actually to do with the monitoring part of the role within flight path management. And with that in mind, there could be in the future some very interesting areas where we could have our TKIs be able to at least observe some of the OBs in those areas. So it's good that we just keep this open-minded, that future technology and future innovation may mean that there will be some sections here where we could even expand into those types of competencies to some level as well, particularly around the monitoring part of a pilot's job in the future. So let's combine those all together to just make those into the pilot competencies. And let's talk about what we expect from our instructors. So instructors are required to have the pilot competencies and also have instructor competencies as per the ORO-FC 14046 in EASA regulation. You'll see there's a little note next to the pilot competencies top left. That's because what EBT says is that we don't always expect our instructors, of course, particularly the ground instructors, to have the full set of pilot competencies. That wouldn't be applicable. Some are not applicable to them, and that's what that note is for. But they are expected to have these other IEC, instructor evaluator competencies, the other 4, and really we should expect our TKIs as we transition to CBTA to have the same level of competence across these 4 instructor evaluator competencies. So what we'll do now is let's talk about how we can possibly think of making this an objective move towards, and what areas we need to focus on. So what you see on the screen here is again from the EASA regulation, a GM level, and it's a CBTA matrix for the EBT instructor. So it's explaining which of these competencies do we need to focus on when it comes to moving a traditional TRI, TRE, a simulator or line instructor to an EBT environment. And you can see that the areas of what is called special emphasis, the training and assessment also with special emphasis, is focused around instruction, interaction with the trainees, and the assessment and evaluation. And that's where we are right now with the focus we have when we move TRIs or TREs across to become EBT instructors. So let's have a look at these different competencies for instructors and see if we can now compare and contrast what this matrix may look like for a CTKI moving into the CBTA world. So here are the IOBs, the instructor observable behaviors, for the first of those competencies, management of the learning environment. And what we have here, we've done a gap analysis, and you can see we have three different types of instructor. We have first what we would call like a lecturer, which would be a very old school style of technical instructor. Probably what I saw 20 years ago when I came through my own flight training was more of a tell type angle to the TKI, very much lecturing and not so much maybe receptive to interactions. That would also be perhaps an area where the current computer-based training would also be. However, of course, as that moves forward, there's no reason why CBT computer-based training may, of course, get better. But let's have a look at the lecturer first and see how we see them in terms of their behaviours against these OBs. And you can see that really, apart from briefing on safety procedures for situations that are likely to develop, and planning, preparing training media, equipment and resource, and perhaps in some ways managing time and training media, we don't have a lot of coverage here with a lecturer. They're just not really trained in these types of behaviours and don't have exposure to this in the day-to-day role. Let's now look at what we would see for the present TKI. You can see a much larger coverage of these OBs, and particularly around the areas of really interactions with the students there, intervening appropriately to certain levels. Resuming instruction evaluation as practical is also very important and something they'll be used to doing, and briefing on training devices, aircraft limitations to some extent, although that may be more into the future. Now let's look at where we think we should be with CBTA TKIs, and really what we would expect from them is to be able to cover and display all of these behaviours in a positive fashion. So now what we can do is we can highlight between the present day TKI and what we expect from our CBTA TKIs in the future, to see really the areas that we need to focus on when we're training these TKIs to become a CBTA TKI. And you can see there the OBs highlighted in that purple color, where we feel that there is the most emphasis required, and it's more than half of the OBs regarding management of the learning environment. So there's some pretty good coverage there. We could certainly want to focus our training in these particular areas as we move TKIs across to a CBTA environment. Looking at the next competency of instruction, you'll see there from a lecturer perspective, the first three would be very appropriate, but then you'll see the rest of them not so much. And it's interesting as well that although this instructor evaluated competency is called instruction, it actually also talks very much about facilitation in there as well. So it does cover the different types of instructional inputs in there as well that a trainer would be expected to have. At present TKI today, you'll see covers probably about half of them, and the ones that we need to therefore focus on, if we highlight those, are going to be the ones there applying instructional methods to ensure that they really do have that full set of trainer tools, such as demonstrating, learning by discovery, facilitation, in-seat instruction, maybe not quite so much. Sustaining operational relevance will be a new one for them because, of course, as Hilary showed, we're starting to move those exercises into more into a more realistic semi-operational environment. And of course, the ones down towards the bottom there to do with the continually assessing the trainees' competencies, as Hilary was showing, about going through and looking for root cause according to competency frameworks. And really important, encouraging trainees to self-assess, self-correct, and applying trainee feedback techniques such as facilitation. And when we talk about debriefing in EBT, we're always talking about facilitative debriefing. So really core point there. So you can see about half of these would be areas where we would probably want to focus our training on TKIs moving into KSA 100s to be really effective. Interestingly enough, we move on to the next one of our competencies, interaction with the trainees. The lecturer, of course, doesn't tend to have very much interaction, so there are quite a few red areas there. But from the present day TKI, we would expect them, given the environment they're working in, to pretty much already have full coverage on all of these behaviours. We would expect them to cover these in the classroom as a modern present day TKI already. So there's not really much difference between the behaviours we expect from a present day TKI and what we would expect from a CBTA TKI if we isolate each of these behaviours and think about how they are on the present day. So not a lot of focus required on the interaction with the trainees. In fact, if you think about it compared to, say, a TRI or a TRE in the simulator, the level of interaction with trainees that the present day TKI has is much higher because they have many in the classroom at the same time and many more hours of interaction based across the ATPL ground school. Let's look at the last one of the competencies, assessment and evaluation. And this is really what Hillary's presentation was focusing on, is this particular competency. And you can see here from the present day TKI, there are definitely some hotspots and areas we need to move across to. And very much looking at the questions and the chats that have been coming in here during that presentation, you can see there's a lot of maybe of perhaps some concern around how do we move our TKIs across to being able to do this. And these are the OBs we'd be looking to develop further in a ground training standardization process for those TKIs. So ensures the trainee understands the assessment process. We need to make sure they understand what is CBTA, how do we apply it, applies the competency standards and conditions, assesses the trainee's competencies. Great to see Hillary talking about the ORCA method. That's a very important part of how we move our TRIs and TREs into EBT and CBTAs to apply the observe, record, classify and assess process. And very much a way to think about this is that if an instructor is finding CBTA to be a higher workload than traditional training and checking, then there's something not quite right, because really under the ORCA system it should be found that actually the level of workload on the instructor is reduced during the session and they have more time to actually observe and record the interesting things that happen. Of course, performing grading, we've talked a bit already about the how often, how well, how many on the OBs. That's something part of EBT as well, called the Venn model, very well established in EBT, and that combined with the threat and error management model, which ties into the outcome, plus the plus ORCA, really gives us the way that we perform grading within a CBTA environment. Of course, what we then want to do is we want to provide recommendations based on the outcome of the assessment, and that will be done at root cause level, OB level. So I also saw a comment there talking about how do we look to actually develop a student who perhaps has gone from has got an L1 in the grading. Well, of course, that also does come down to facilitation. We want to, the most powerful way to convince someone of something is for them to convince themselves. So facilitation is a huge part of a transition to CBTA and one of the key skills for anyone with regards to the this. And absolutely, one other comment's just come in now is to do with KSA assessments and being about a team. Absolutely, this is about being part of a team and relying on your colleagues when it comes to data collection. And we'll come on to data collection in a further presentation a bit later on today as well, and how we can therefore standardise things. So if we now just move to the last part of this, this is perhaps a potential CBTA matrix for a CBTA theoretical knowledge instructor. So you can see here actually there is a difference between the areas of special emphasis between a TRI, TRE and a TKI, because the difference being here is there's a higher level of requirement to develop the behaviours regarding the management of the learning environment. There is still the same level of requirement for instruction. There is not so much need to emphasize the interaction with trainees, although it is still something that is required. And finally, the assessment and evaluation also needs to be enhanced as well. And Christophe Marchal has just actually put in something here that is very important as well as the next step. These matrices are talking about taking a current trainer and training them into the CBTA world and looking at where we need to add special emphasis. But what we would like to see as the ATPG going forwards, and this is possibly part of a future phase of the Rulemaking Task 194, thank you, Robert, for also putting that as I just mentioned it, that is something we want to see in Rulemaking Task 194 going forwards, which is this also focus on how can we improve the initial teaching and learning course to be able to involve a lot of these aspects and behaviours from day one, because then we will actually be in a position where we have people from day one being able to do that. Of course, the big focus in the industry up until now is moving our current trainers across to a CBTA system, but the future will be, of course, bringing in new trainers and wanting them to go directly into a CBTA system, and that's where hopefully, as we see Rulemaking Task 194 going forwards, there'll be some look into that as well. And Dara, you make a very good point there. Yeah, exactly. We're looking to move not only TRIs, TREs, but everyone else. That it started, of course, with TRI and TREs because of the move of EBT into the recurrent training of airlines, but we need to make this more holistic, and that's hopefully where Rulemaking Task 194 we can start to, or we hope that task will start to look into the holistic level of that and being able to deliver initial instructors in as well. So thank you very much for your time. I hope that's given a bit of an overview, maybe big picture, after the more focused view that Hilary gave of the way that we assess. Very hopeful there'll be some questions in the Slido and some conversations as the day goes on about this particular subject. Great to see that we're seeing ORCA coming across into the world of KSA 100s too, and that's a very positive thing for us to see. And I'll hand back to Francis and the team, and look forward to speaking to you again for my final presentation a bit later. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoying the day with you today.
So good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you managed to have something for lunch. So please, let's go through the questions and answers. So thank you for those of you who have put in your comments and questions in the Slido. Do please use Slido, because this is how we can track the most popular comments here. So if you see a question there, you like it, please do the like or the thumbs up, because what we're doing is looking at the questions based on popularity. And so without any more ado, I'll answer the first two. So after the event, there will be available on the EASA website under the past events, there'll be a link to how you can access the material from this webinar. So normally it's YouTube video clips of each presentation or related groups of presentations. And we'll see what we can do about the one presentation that was difficult to read. So please look at the past events page. We'll see what we can also do then, if we can get some kind of commentary or frequently asked questions type of material also available somehow on the EASA website. Again, so the access to the event after the event, this could take a week or so. Thinking that Christmas is approaching quite quickly for EASA. I hope we can do it before Christmas, but it might be possible that that is delayed till after Christmas. And the frequently asked questions context would take a bit longer because we would be editing it. So without further ado, we've got Robert Gottwald's comment at the top. I'm not sure of in what context you're able to observe the practice at many ATOs, but your comment being KSA as a standalone activity somehow not brought into the normal subject. So I'd like to pass that to Jackie.
Yeah. Well, to start with, I think that's a perfect question, because I think in this initial KSA introduction, there's been quite a lot of people being unsure how actually to do this integration and whether it's actually required. And I hope that through the various presentations we've had, such as when we looked at Lewis, that was talking about how you look at course development with your design. If you're seeing in a particular ATO that you haven't got that application of knowledge and scenarios being interwoven into your assessments, it would potentially be an area which you could notice that was a weaker area, and that in the next iteration of your course design, perhaps it would be a good point at which to ensure that the actual assessments that you're producing and designing do cover quite a few of the competencies, but are also about applying the theoretical knowledge and including threat and error management. So I would say it's natural. I think it's the start of the process, and actually ISD is the tool that we would be using at ATOs to try and help address this. I'm sure there might be somebody else with an answer there.
What I would say is the most important bit is to try and start to do something and not be obsessed about getting it right and covering everything on the first attempt. Anything you do in this direction will already improve the quality of what you're delivering. And then don't be afraid to try something, and especially don't be afraid to keep going around the loop and improving it. That's what I would say. Regarding enforcing it or to remedy this, a part of this is also going to have to be the authorities and the oversight they have over the school. And the best way to do it is if you can cooperate with your authority, and if they can cooperate with you and go at this hand in hand.
Okay. So I believe that thanks. Then we have this one about the incentive for KSA 100 implementation. I maybe jump in if we remember some of the initial presentations were there saying the desire from industry to have these the students coming through from after their initial training to have already started on the path towards these competencies. And in this point then, who would like to take over?
I don't know. Stuart, were there? Because of the distance.
Yeah.
When you say what incentive is there, it's a regulation. So it's carrot and stick really, and at the moment the stick isn't there by the authorities as these courses are being developed. There's no one size fits all. So with further meetings and communications and development from this, then suggestions will be made for particular ATOs if they're wildly different and not potentially meeting a potential standard later on in the future. But at the moment, we've spent 2 years finding our way, and it's certainly reached a level. I'm a practical flight instructor and examiner, as well as lead the ground school of CATS. And I see what students are coming to me with PPLs and think, wow, I wish I knew these things. And we've got the opportunity with KSA to put those questions in, like what are crosswind components? Can you calculate them? How can you calculate rates of descent? And also, during and near the end of the course, the observable behaviours, are they able to communicate and get on well with others? So it's absolutely ideal and long overdue, as I said in my presentation. So the incentives it's always been like that, and unless it requires regulation, is that students will choose which schools they want to go to for their experience. And if it isn't a level playing field, that's when regulation will eventually come in.
I think you're right, and I think the other side is the carrot, which is that students will start to hear more and more about the KSA and how it's implemented differently in different schools, and knowing that the airlines operators want to have more competent pilots, they themselves might start voting with their feet a little bit more. So financially, it might be more incentive to ATOs that have already developed quite a sound KSA 100 course. I think you're completely right, Stuart. I think it's got to start with, yeah, there's got to be the regulatory requirement. But I think also, hopefully, as time goes on, the students will start to see the need.
I would also add that the incentive is already there.
Yeah.
I also don't want to treat this, we don't want to treat this Area 100 KSA as if this is a separated thing from everything else. Everyone just wants to train a competent pilot. That's what everyone wants to have a good output. What Area 100 KSA pretends to be is to help schools do that. It's provide guidance on how to do that and set a common standard all across the industry. So the incentive, if you open an ATO, I would imagine it's already there. It doesn't matter what type of training you do, if it's distance learning or if it's integrated or if it's modular presential, however you want to do it, the end product is the same. It's a trained pilot. Area 100 KSA is just here to, because, well, you know, industry keeps going, and it is true that the schools might have become a little bit too comfortable only training for the exams. And this is just like a little bit of a nudge saying, look, you can actually do more than that. And that's what you should be aiming at.
Can I just add too, because the question also is really asking about the incentive to put a practical edge on a lot of the assessments, the exercises rather, and that's really just about keeping it relevant. At the end of the day, it's one training course. KSA is part of that. The more relevant we can make the theory to the practical flying side, similarly with the KSA exercises, the more engaged the students are going to be, the more invested they're going to be, and the better quality the exercise is going to be as a result. So it's really about working towards that completely joined up package, KSA, theory, and then your flight training as well. So I think that's the incentive really, quality.
Thank you. So that was a really good question. I'm sure this will come back again and again. It's a tricky issue. Just again, a reminder, I see people are using the WebEx chat. If you have a question that you'd like us to consider as the panelists now or in again at 3:15, please make that question in Slido because we're not using the WebEx chat.
Andy can answer that one.
So Andy, I believe if Andy is online, this one now on EBT/CBTA. Again, the reminder you'll have is from one of his presentations from earlier. But yeah, please, Andy, could you take this top item?
Yeah, Francis, yeah, absolutely. I obviously can't speak on behalf of EASA, but I can just maybe sort of reiterate where we are with the regulation and the regulatory levels we have right now, and therefore what the next steps might look like. So with this in mind, it's talking about the adoption of the current EBT CBTA pilot OBs competencies instead of the separate learning objectives. From the perspective of the KSA 100, the learning objectives are implementing rule level. So, I mean, that's something which is, I suppose, from our perspective, is going to be harder to change and will change less often as all implementing rule is. However, the way that we satisfy the learning objectives is via the performance indicators, as they're called in the KSA 100s, and that's only at GM level. So it's and that doesn't even therefore require an ALTMOC. So I think, as myself and Jackie have alluded to today, one of the areas that would be probably a good area of focus in the near future would be to look at adopting what is AMC level in EBT, the observable behaviours under the standard 9 pilot competencies, and using those instead of the performance indicators that you have in the KSA 100s. And if anyone is to do what we've done, which is a gap analysis between performance indicators in KSA 100 and the OB's observable behaviours in EBT, you'll see that pretty much they're almost identical. And there's a few places where, yeah, a few things have been moved around a little bit, but it's pretty much the same. So, certainly from the perspective of the ATPG, we would very much support this idea of aligning those two things. If we can speak the same language, and this is one area of that, we'll be in a position where we can definitely really sort of leverage the expertise across these two different fields and really come under that one umbrella of CBTA going forwards. So, as I said, that's sort of perhaps the ATPG perspective, and sort of where we are with the regulation right now. But absolutely, I think this is a really key point to moving forwards, would be to have that alignment at the OB level and competency level between EBT and KSA 100.
If I may just briefly supplement, the learning objectives in the theory syllabus, KSA 100, is AMC level. So although it's legal text, it needs, so it goes through a slightly complicated change process. It is easier to change than the hard rule, implementing rule level. However, that's just a minor point.
Oh, thanks, Francis. I then misinterpreted the regulation myself. I'm glad you've inputted there, because, as you say, AMC level via perhaps an altmock showing the equivalent level of safety would be a much easier way to perhaps go to then making an even better job of the learning objectives. So that's good to hear, and thanks for just clarifying that for me.
So here we have one on the philosophy again. On the distance learning and KSA philosophy, well, if we have the training course is delivered, and the methods and the tools and the sequence that you enable that learning to happen can be in many different ways, one of which is distance learning. So we'd like to not, so although the Area 100 KSA is in a way a tool for you to structure how the training happens and what the student is able to do at the end of that theory training. I think I'll pass on now to, I suppose, Stuart, because you're the one in the room running the distance learning as well. And the handover, let's say, almost, because you have the experience, you hand on your students to the flying training.
So we have distance learning, as I described earlier on, 9-month course, 3-month stages, but we also have in-house residential, technically still under distance learning approval, where we teach 9 to 5 every day. When we move that to a virtual environment during COVID, then we decreased to 10 o'clock till 4 o'clock in the day, so shortened hours, and we became more efficient. Students were then given assignments to do prior to coming to classes. So there's elements of the philosophy, not mandated or put into our training manuals in such a strict sense. The other things that are coming soon in our training online system is, as you're going through the course, little 10 bubbles will come up. I haven't got a name for it yet, but threat error management. So as you're reading through human performance or methodology or pitot tubes, and unbelievably people stick sellotape over them and paint them over and have accidents, that's the threat error management button that could be pressed. Look, this is where the scenario that related to and what could have happened. So, of course, they can be combined. More and more so with the 9-month course where students are studying at home, then it's only at those times that we get to see them every 3 months. With regard to increasing the distance between non-operative and the operative side, well, we have this saying is that a distance learning student doesn't need to be distant. So they shouldn't be in an island. They're part of a community. We have forums and WhatsApp groups for them to ask us and other instructors, but we're not assessing that. So it's not that distant learning anymore.
Oh, and I think, as you said earlier, It's not that distance learning can't do.
No, traditionally, distance learning courses, 22 years ago, Cats, we used to post stuff out. Students would do their books, progress tests, post them back. We'd mark them. It's not like that now. It's
it will change again in the future.
Live.
Yeah.
And what I would say is that they cannot be conflicting, even by definition. In the end, we're producing the same license regardless of the path. So what's the Area 100 KSA addresses? It's Area 100 KSA is not the deviation. The deviation was what was happening before we introduced, when we were defaulting to just teaching the question bank. There's nothing in any paths to getting a license that's not compatible with Area 100 KSA. We're just making explicit something that was implicit before.
Okay, so Alexander, that's noted. The desire to have further guidance or best practice on distance learning courses is indeed has been let's say a less well understood aspect of KSA 100 over recent years. But again, you know, sharing practice and sharing best practices is greatly appreciated. And so please, let's see if we can make further progress on this.
I've got one thing to say for that, which didn't come across in our lecture, and that is cameras must be on. You can't be hiding behind just a couple of letters, which is your name. You do need to be able to observe the students, be it virtually across the internet, because you can see their behaviours, and they learn how to use Zoom and MS Teams, which is a good skill set to learn as well. Or whether they can share the screen, or do they ask others to help? So we're looking for all those observable behaviours, which you can see in an in-person classroom as well.
Could you describe
the whiteboards? So we use Zoom. We didn't elect to use MS Teams. So we must be the same really, but you can share, the student will share an electronic whiteboard. They will then, some of them have been extraordinary. They've done an amazing PowerPoint projection. It's actually a recruitment tool to become instructors for the school, whereas others have been a bit, I can see you're doing that with a mouse and struggling to draw letters, but they get the communication, the message across, and if they're not starting fights or anything, there's a nice atmosphere of cooperation in the classroom. So we're looking for all the positives in it. All the observable behaviours are actually there to be assessed.
Yes. And I think to help this question, we could also provide more examples. Maybe so we could all put in other examples so that there's a wider range that would be available to the community, the distance learning community.
It might be going down taking some terminology from a different domain, tool to task, but at such a small level in this case. But again, it's this this really simple, practical tool. Okay, we're using this very simple element in Teams or Zoom, whatever. We're using it like this. In order to do so, the students required this initial guidance so that they could all participate. Some really, I mean, this is totally basic, but again, it's enabling the activity to take place collaboratively, which is the essential part of the essential aspect of KSA 100.
I think that's there's been an ATPG white paper on how with CBTA we should be really looking at the competency and going from the competency to the tool that will enable that competency to be observed. So that means that especially as time goes on and we have advances on what's available to us, I think the distance learning area is really quite exciting because there's going to be so many new ways that we'll be able to observe some of these exercises.
Thanks. So I see were there any more? No. I see this comment here. Kyle, if you're online, maybe be able to say something here, because I understand, maybe I'm wrong, I believe you have students going on to business jet operations.
Yeah, we do. We're currently linked with VistaJet and Globair, and we do bring we talk to them extensively on the type of person that they require for their operation, which is quite different actually to standard airline operations, in that the person in the cockpit actually is forefront in meeting the customer and meeting the customer's needs on board, and has to be slightly more extroverted than maybe your typical candidate. So we've gone through extensive discussions with both of our corporate jet operators on what they need. The basics of flying and being able to do mental maths, that is all pretty much the same, but they do have to be a little bit more confident. They have to be a bit better in problem solving, decision making, that type of thing, because they're not following a standard flight plan that's maybe being produced by flight operations department or something like that. So the best way, you know, if you're a corporate jet operator, is to get in touch with the ATO and say, these are the types of things that we need to see that we're not seeing, and can you then build that into your ATPL theory and KSA 100 programs. Now, you know, the core competencies are there. It's just the balance might be slightly different for a corporate jet operator than an airline, and that's what we actually have found.
Thank you. Thanks, many thanks for that, Carl. And I suggest this is the last question we deal with for this current session. We'll come back again at 3:15 for questions and answers. But I believe if you can recall Andy Mitchell's presentation under topic area 5, that made us strong connections on the instructor competencies for a competency-based training and assessment approach. So today, there is no formal qualification that would affect the license or a certificate associated with the license for a theoretical knowledge instructor. There is, in the implementation of the introduction, let's say, of CBTA into the instructor qualifications, perhaps that will come through. So the material does not exist today, but I believe Andy Mitchell's presentation gives you a nice overview of trying to make common continuity, let's say, for the instructor competency for those instructors that would be involved with the pilots from the initial training up to throughout their professional career. In the absence of that, what we only have today is AMC and guidance material on the areas of KSA 100. And I think given the range of examples we've seen today, it's clear that a lot of that training of the KSA 100 instructor must be relevant to the activities of the ATO. So while there's the common baseline and maybe common instructor competencies, but nevertheless, there's a strong element that must be managed within the ATO through its own management. However, maybe in the future in CBTA, we can anticipate a stronger framework for also the instructors involved in the theory. If there's anyone else to make a comment from the panelists.
I think that's the direction that would be suitable. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will come back to this at 3:15. But I will work out how I can get back to presentations, because now we have on closing the loop, feedback and data and CBTA implementation with Andy Mitchell once more. So let me open up his presentation. And Andy, again, if you could turn on your camera, please. And again, bearing in mind the slightly slower speaking rate just because of the webinar context. Thank you.
Yeah, well, no worries, Francis. I'll do my best. It's interesting that we speaking on behalf of the ATPG at the EATS conference about a month ago. We talked about launching a new white paper to do with the responsibilities that native speakers have towards non-native speakers to ensure safety within aviation. So I will do my best to speak slowly, and I hope you can see me now on the camera as well. So thank you for handing over, Francis. We're going to talk now about, as you said, closing the loop, the feedback and data within KSA 100s. Now, with regards, again, just reflecting back on the EBT regulation, there is some very quite comprehensive guidance to do with data collection and data processing and what we can do with that, the feedback loops. What is very encouraging, though, is that the KSA regulation does talk very nicely about the same feel to it, and you can see that here in this this extract from the regulation I put on the screen here. It says to provide meaningful and standard data to enable identification of individual, crew, class, instructor, and ATO trends, which can be analysed in order to provide feedback for further improvement or development. There's a number of really interesting keywords in there that, again, reflect back to the world of EBT, particularly around the idea of trends. So we're now moving away from the sort of more snapshot mentality to pilot training. How did they do in this one simulator today? And we're moving more to a trend-based system of the Appendix 10 in the context of pilot training and evaluation, where we move now to analysing trends rather than just a single snapshot in one session. So this from the KSA 100 regulation is very reassuring to see, because it is definitely in the right direction. And what I'll do now, if you don't mind, is just take us through and again just reflect and compare contrast where things are with EBT versus where we are with KSA 100s. I think you'll see there are some really nice sort of comparisons between the two, and perhaps some learning points we can make in terms of, again, the alignment and trying to get this to the same common language as we go through. So let's go back to our non-operational environment. So the ATO in this case, classroom, it could also be the aircraft as well, but still non-operational environment. And on the right-hand side, the operational environment. And let's talk a bit about the operational environment first. So what you'll see from the operational environment, just to refresh ourselves, if we go on one slide. Could I ask just the slide to go one ahead, please? There we go, thank you. So from the operational environment, just to refresh ourselves, we have a session. The session includes scenario elements, and these scenario elements are designed to expose the pilots to having to use their competencies. We then will observe and record those their sort of their interaction with the TEM model and the outcomes and what happens in the sim session, and we'll then classify that under the observable behaviours, which will then lead us to our final grading, and the grading being a 1 to 5 scale across all of the 9 competencies. Of course, that grading can also be something for us to think about, not only from the pilot perspective, but also for the feedback loops at different levels. And really, we can't actually talk about the pilot's grading and how accurate it is until we do 2 things. One, we need to align the school, or in this case, the operator, on ensuring that the training system is performing well, and then we have to think about how the instructors are performing as well. So here we can see, for example, a situation that happens in EBT where not only do we have a grade 1 in application of procedures, but we also have a not observed grading level for FPA and for one other as well, for situational awareness. And here, if we just stop here for 1 second, what we see here now is a couple of trends in the data. We can see we have both a couple now of grade 1s in Pro, and we've got more than one not observed in flight path management automation. So what we call this within EBT is then monitoring and looking at the training program performance. And just that should pop up now on the screen as well. So this is effectively the first feedback loop we have, which is to look at the training program and decide on whether or not the session we've developed is actually giving us the right level of difficulty and exposure to the competencies for the pilots. So in this very simplified case, we can see that perhaps the session is overly difficult within the application of procedures, but also we're not giving enough exposure for our pilots to be able to be measured against the FPA flight path management automation competency, because perhaps there's not enough observable behaviors being seen in that session. So the first thing we need to do when it comes to data and feedback loops is ensure that our training system is performing well by taking these extracts of where the sim is either too easy, too difficult, or where we're not providing exposure to the competencies, and then feeding that back to then find out why that's the case and improving the session then going forwards. So now let's add some more sessions in. Let's say we have taken that feedback and we've now adjusted the sim session, and we've come to the point now where we are happy that the sim session is performing well. And this is something that Luis was talking about earlier regarding the different cycles that the school has been through in terms of improving the format and the content of the sessions in using the feedback. So in this case, we now have a whole load of sessions, and we're happy with the training program performance. So now what we can think about doing is, if the training program is performing well, we can now think about making sure that our instructors are performing well. So the next level is to think about what is called in EBT the Instructor Concordance Assurance Program, or for short, ICAP. The interesting thing is with ICAP is it used to be called Inter-Rater Reliability, exactly the same word we see in the KSA 100s. So this can be really seen as being the pretty much exact equivalent system. It's about how we ensure our instructors have concordance assurance. And we can use this operational data from the simulators. And also what we see is, just like Hilary showed earlier, we also would do in EBT ground-based video sessions where all the instructors are watching the same thing, and we check to see if the grading is done well in that aspect within those sessions, but in a controlled environment. So we very much have this controlled ICAP, like Hilary showed, using, say, videos, for example, and we have this more operational ICAP, which is showing how we can look at the grading across real sim sessions. I won't go into too much more detail about the way we do that, but this is just to give you the overview for that. Now, once we know that the training program is performing well, and we know that our instructors are standardized, and that comes from these two different ways of performing the ICAP, we can then start to think about our individual pilots. And it's been interesting to see that we have had some comments and questions regarding what we do about pilots who are perhaps grading low, perhaps unsatisfactory, or maybe even at the L2 level. And in this case, within EBT, we have effectively two different pathways to take, depending on what actually happened within the session. The first one is we could have additional training. That's more the traditional approach. So we see someone who is not competent, is graded a 1, and in this case, they will then be requested or required to go and do an additional session focusing on improving that competency. And almost certainly they won't be able to fly on the line until that has been corrected. But then we have the new technique, which goes back to this word about the trends, which is where we see perhaps a trend in grade 2s, where we can then, rather than have to provide additional training, we can provide tailored training within the same simulator footprint. So it's very efficient for the airlines, and it's better for the pilots because they now receive tailored training for their own particular needs based on any learning opportunities within the competencies that we see. So that's the three parts we have to the evidence-based training system right now in terms of the data and the feedback loops, the main ones. First one being, as we said, the training program performance. Once we know that is working well, we can then move to the second step, which is the ICAP, and then this third step, also in the regulation, about pilot additional and tailored training. Let's flip across now and just compare and contrast where we are. Well, one more thing actually before we move on, which is about the data and the protection of the data. So EBT is an incredibly powerful system, but it's a data-driven system. But with that power comes responsibility. And so the regulation is also quite clear on the requirements that the airlines have to put in place to ensure that this data is kept safe, because it's powerful, but it could also be used obviously in a bad way as well. And so the regulation is quite clear about making sure that we protect this data. And also, when we start to then use the data, we do so in, where required, a de-identified way. So we're not looking to find out who is wrong, we're looking to find out what is wrong and then make corrections. So the de-identification is a very important part of the EBT data analysis, and the data protection, very important, because these days with GDPR and just in general, very, very important not to allow for data leaks or data breaches. So that's where we are with the operational environment under EBT. Let's now reflect and just show you a brief example of where it's similar, reassuringly, within the context of the KSA 100 in the non-operational environment. So we said before, we have an assessment exercise, scenario situations, which should expose pilots, trainee pilots, to the observable behaviours and the competencies in an early stage. We then are going to observe record under ORCA. We're going to classify into performance indicators. We would like to see that change to observable behaviours. And then we're going to grade on that scale if you want to, satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or go down one level at GM level and have some more granular grading scale. And I'm going to use the one here from the regulation of the level 1, L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5. So we can see a very similar picture here. We've started off this particular assessment exercise, and very quickly we can see that in communication we have a couple out of 3, we have 2 people who have reached the unsatisfactory level. And therefore we can now apply what we call in EBT the training program performance. We can apply that, and as Louise showed earlier, under the ADI structure to evaluate what we're seeing and make adjustments to the assessment exercise. So again, the first phase would be to do training program performance and make sure we correct any issues where the exercise is either too easy or too difficult. Then, of course, again, just like we have in EBT, we can now collect more data. And once we're happy that we have the standardized data to a point where the exercise is at the right difficulty level, we can now gather more data and now use that to build and analyze our inter-rater reliability. And again, a great easy win for us would be to start to align under the more modern term of instructor concordance assurance. So we can then build into the inter-rater reliability. And although I'm not going to show it on these slides because it's not as yet really part of the regulation in KSA 100, there is a few points where it does allude to the idea of personal tracking and trends, and therefore we can get to a point perhaps where we start to learn from the EBT tailored and additional training in order to develop students at the point where they have the most learning opportunities for each student. There's also, as you can see on the screen, the information about what the KSA 100s talk about regarding the protection of the data. And it's very clearly stated here, as you can see, that there is a requirement for the training records to be restricted to the student and authorized ATO personnel. Very much in EBT, we would recommend that should be really with only the EBT manager having access to those records, and it could be a similar type of process done within the ATO, perhaps the CTKI as really the only person having access. And it should not be disclosed outside of the ATO. And very nicely, it also talks about this idea of de-identification. So where we're looking to evaluate or look at the training program performance, or where we're looking to do inter-rater reliability, the actual grading data should be de-identified from the students before it's used, and protect the data to ensure there's no data breaches as well, being also very, very important. So that gives you a summary of where we are right now with the data and the feedback loops. EBT being a more mature system right now, some things we could really learn from that going forwards. But let me just summarize this last presentation from myself about what we see in the ATPG as being really perhaps the potential next steps in the context of how we can align KSA 100s within the CBTA world. So here's some takeaway points just for us to consider. The first one would be to, so I can't see on my screen yet. I'm not seeing it on my screen. Maybe that's just okay. Maybe it's just a bit of a delay with the webinar, perhaps. And the
you
screen.
have a delay. I can confirm. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I can see it now. So thank you. So firstly, and this has come up a few times with Jackie's presentation, mine, and also the comments from Marnie earlier in the Slido, is about aligning. And moving away from the term performance indicators, moving to observable behaviors and aligning it on the EASA pilot competency framework. The great thing is the performance indicators right now are at GM level, so there is flexibility. We would hope to do that, and that's something we would see as being a very good way to move that forwards. Also, again, a very easy, quick win would be to start as an industry to refer to inter-rater reliability as the more modern term of instructor concordance assurance. That's also going to help a lot with the discussions we have between different parts of the industry under CBTA. Also, there is then the guidance under AMC in our FC 231 regarding the Instructor Concordance Assurance Program. We could perhaps look to use that as inspiration for the best practices that have emerged to then apply that into the KSA 100s, and how do we ensure concordance assurance between our instructors, which goes into things like the alignment and the agreement between instructors, which is something for perhaps a different session. Again, a very small point, we could maybe think about changing the word exercise to session. That would again help with the alignment, and again, situations could become scenario elements, again to align with the wording of the EBT. So we're all speaking the same language as we go forwards. The other one as well, just to bear in mind, is that as we move into a world of CBTA, competency-based training and assessment, we're moving away from the idea of checking. And there is one instance in the regulation where it talks about pass-fail. And really, if we're going to be purely and true to the nature of CBTA, we should really look to perhaps remove that and replace it again with the term of being satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and removing the idea of checking from from that part of the KSA 100 regulation. And it's just one instance of that within the entire regulation that we've seen so far. And again, going back to what we've all been talking about today, this alignment between what we're doing at the ATO level, which is taking our students on a pathway towards competence, versus what we have in the airlines, which is actual competence, doing the job on a daily basis. And that's something we could perhaps just align on to ensure we understand that subtle but quite important difference between the two. And again, this goes back to my earlier presentation, also to some feedback as well, which is we could look to complete the study on the on the matrix for how we bring our current CBTA TKIs along and train them, how we bring our current TKIs on the journey to train them under some objective guidance towards becoming CBTA TKIs. And that matrix that EASA has is very useful on that basis. And also, having said that, from the industry perspective, organized in EASA's Stakeholder Advisory Board, the SARB, that's decided to create a training activity group as a cross-domain permanent group. And it will be an integral part of the new SARB structure and focused on training development, and is going to support the introduction of CBTA. So that training activity group could be a good place to look at maybe developing this type of guidance material on how we train our TKIs towards becoming CBTA TKIs. And the final point for me today, and I know you've probably heard enough from me now, the last point to say is that it would be also very useful for us to align this concept of the how many, how often, and how well, referring to performance indicators, to the EBT Venn model, the TEM, the threat and error management model, and ORCA from the EBT world, because they are actually talking about exactly the same thing, but there's a slightly higher level of maturity, or there is a higher level of maturity in the EBT standardized grading system, and therefore that could be something again that we could leverage in the KSA 100 world to really make people understand fully and align on how we grade based on observable behaviors in a competency-based system using the Venn model, TEM, and ORCA. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to just finish with this last slide and really talk about the vision that we have in the ATPG for where the industry could go to if we do make these initial, perhaps small changes and really align as an industry going forwards. Where we are now, as you can see, this is the potential situation in the next few years. We have KSA 100s, ground school, perhaps going into SEP, multi-engine flight training could happen. We have the MPL as a CBTA system as well. And we have, from the other direction, we have EBT moving back through recurrent into type ratings as part of Rulemaking Task 599 Phase 2 next year. And this is, at the moment, would look like perhaps coming together somewhere around the APS-MCC within the flight school, which is an opportunity, but also perhaps a threat for us to think about. So what would a future vision look like if we start to align? Well, what would be nice is we can move to a point where we have this CBTA plus evidence system in the operational environment. We have a pure CBTA system supporting the industry, and in the ground school department, aligning MPL at the same time. And what that then means is we are talking one language, and we're moving our pilots from this pathway to competence to becoming competent airline pilots to drive that next generation of safer and higher performing pilots that we even have from today. So this is our vision as the ATPG of where we'd like to see things coming from, going to. And this webinar today has been, I hope for you, and it has been for me, I think a great opportunity for us to come together, start speaking the same language, and see how we can move towards this type of vision. So thank you again for your time today to listen, and I think for the next Q&A session, I'm very happy to input where I can on either this or any other topic. So, Francis, thank you. I hope I managed to keep the pace of my voice to a level that would be acceptable to the ATPG for the upcoming white paper, and perhaps even the reason for the white paper is my pace of speech. So thank you, Francis. Thank you to everyone, and I'm very happy to take questions in the next section as they come up.
Thanks very much, Andy, also for making the connections also to the earlier presentations from today. And that's great. And we will again be having questions and answers after this next short session, which is looking at oversight in the aspect of area KSA 100. So as Luis Martins and also Deja have also kindly been available to support this activity. So we first start off with Lewis.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So the idea here is to provide some guidance as much as possible to the NCAs on how to audit and what to look for in an ATO when you go and audit them. There's two phases. There's the initial approval, and then there's the actual monitoring of how the activities are being run. On the first phase, it's all about auditing the documentation, obviously. So what I did here on the presentation that later will be distributed is I collected what are the fundamentals you need to look for when you audit the ATO's documentation. It's something that you've seen throughout the whole day today. So you need to look for to see if they have in their training manual evidence of performing these 4 assessments, 1 formative assessment, 2 summative assessments, and then 1 mental maths test. What do I mean by that? They need to have on their training manual explicitly when, what is included, and how it will be graded. The ATO will need to have on their training manual a definition of what a satisfactory standard is if it goes above what's already stated in the AMC. They need to have a template of what does a report, an Area 100 students report look like, the debrief methods that they will use. What type of recovery training do they have planned should a student get an unsatisfactory result in one of the summative assessments, and examples of all of the assessments they run in the school. All of these needs to be in the training manual. Not just references to doing them, the actual assessments, you need to have them in the training manual. Regarding the mental maths assessments, what do we need to have there? Again, what's a satisfactory standard? And I would like to remind everyone that the AMC actually states that 75% is the minimum, but nothing there stops you from requiring the students to achieve a higher pass standard than this one. And regarding the format of this test, it has to state if it's oral or written. It has to be answered using mental maths and short-term memory. And if possible, we'd like try to see if the ATOs are monitoring are using scenario-based mental maths assessments. And an example of what a test would look like. These are things that need to be part of the training manual. And once again, on the bottom, you have the reference that you can use to get all of these things. Now, regarding the instructor training, initial training and inter-rater reliability. As an NCA, you need to look for evidence that the ATOs are doing on the initial training, that they are training to deliver instruction and training to delivering training to assess the exercises. I've just put appropriate training there and then the little ellipses that you can find there. If you go into the regulation, you'll actually see the level of detail that the ATOs should have to include on their training, including stuff like threat and error management training and whatnot. Regarding the inter-rater reliability or concordance assurance, you need to look for evidence that annual recurrent training is being done on these areas when you audit an ATO. Now, these are the bits that are basically just following the regulation. On the other side, there's the training philosophy that should go below, that should be underneath all of this, going beyond just box ticking examination events. And what do we mean by that? If you look at the explanatory notes, you'll find there the reasons why EASA decided to introduce Area 100 KSA. You'd find stuff like advancing the training philosophy, providing the necessary knowledge and competencies to prepare pilots for the state-of-the-art flight operations, improving teaching methodologies, and facilitate the development of a student's course competency. So how would you, when you're auditing an ATO, look for evidence of these things? So first of all, have a very good grasp of what Area 100 KSA is not. It is not an MCC before the MCC. Some of the licenses under this regulation don't even require you to do an MCC. and it cannot be another box-ticking, self-contained set of examination events that look isolated. So what should it look like, actually? Now, it is intended to enable the student to start the next phase of training better prepared. Okay, so once again, not about getting them to actually be a full-fledged pilot from the end of ground school, just be better prepared for the next phase of training. Be aimed at developing the students instead of box ticking. What do I mean by that? And I would suggest some questions you can ask during your audits next, but you need to see that the ATO is working on actually developing the student, not just, okay, there's like a good evidence of something that's not going well. There's no relationship between two consecutive assessments, for example. And look for evidence that the KSA program actually involves more than one subject. That's the bare minimum, I would say. And facilitates the development of the student's core competencies. Remember, and we're going to keep doing this, that the type of outputs that the ATO should be producing is assessing a student's path to competency and not talking about already assessing if the student is competent or incompetent. That's reserved for the next phase of training, not this phase of training. So I'd say, if you'd allow me to suggest something to the NCAs that are watching this, what questions should you be asking your ATOs when you go and audit them? Ask questions such as, can you show me a report from a student that was unsatisfactory in an assessment and improved to a satisfactory standard as a result of your training? And see what shows up. Questions like, what positive and negative trends are you identifying with your KSA training? Are you observing everything you plan to observe in your assessments? How has your course evolved since the implementation of Area 100 KSA? So these questions that we came up with, they are aims at having you see if there's evidence that they are using the ADDIE model to evolve the system, if they are feedbacking the data they're getting back into the course design, to see if it's really interwoven into the training instead of just a single event. And I would say the first one is the most important one. If the ATOs are actually working to improve the development of their students as they go from being 17 and a half, for example, to a full-fledged pilot by the end of their training. And that is what we aimed to do. These are our suggestions, and I look forward to your questions later on through Slido.
Many thanks, Lewis, for that. And again, having some suggestions from the other side, you know the evidence and so on that you've been producing the ATPG and the kind of experiences you've had with the oversight. It may well help for some of the authorities that maybe allow for a relatively late transition to the introduction of KSA 100. So our last formal presentation for today is with the support of DGAC France. Unfortunately, the ATO inspectors from DGAC France are not able to join the event now, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to very briefly present their material, and then for the last section, then Anna Serra, who is managing the exams, delivery and exam management for DGAC France, will come in and explain in the last part of the presentation. So this is, again, I will do my best. Unfortunately, for direct questions to the ATO inspectors, I believe they're not able to join now, but maybe if there's some written answers. So DGAC France wanted to share how they developed this transition to the implementation of KSA 100 from the authority and how they saw their role also to work with the ATOs in reaching implementation. And this is, again, the points that the slide covers. So prepare actions to reach the change approval, the actual change approval, and then afterwards. And I think here, DGAC France managed this as a prior approval change item for the training manual and the training course. So again, this might be a specific approach that may have been adopted differently in different authorities. So DGAC France saw the changes they need to do. So updating the software for taking theoretical exams. This was crucial because EASA was providing a different ECQB format to the authorities. There were some changes in the structure and the organisation of the theory syllabus at subject level, introduced with the 2018 syllabus. And so therefore this was a certain change process for the exam system. And France also wrote early on, they wrote a very nice guide on Area 100 KSA, taking use of the material in the AMCs and GMs, but also further expanding on this to provide a nice overview, again, well in advance of the implementation deadline, which was end January of 2022. And the link is there if you would care to have a look. Internally, provide a compliance matrix for the authority to be sure that they're checking all the relevant elements for this major change. And also proposing to their schools a standardised certificate that the student had successfully completed the Area 100 KSA activities. Of course, that makes then the management and the information much easier. Again, preparing for the checks of the changes the ATOs would need to make to their training manuals and the training program. Again, this the DGAC managed this as a prior approval change. And for the ATOs, important here again, the CBTA philosophy. You know, it's the approach to the whole, if you're doing integrated training course, of course, this would impact on your entire training course. If you're doing the distance learning with the focus purely on the theory, this, of course, affects how that training is delivered and the sequence of the training and so on. The role between the instructor and the student. And that, again, was the guide they provided to the ATOs. You could read that if you like to see the themes that they focused on. Again, the school to define its KSA 100 assessments. And I think we had a good example today of the real diversity that there could be, and it makes sense for the school to do that because it must fit with that school's activities. Again, for the school to ensure that all the items are properly assessed, and DGAC France also used some of the material provided in the GM associated with KSA 100, and further on that to help support the schools to take that step in managing managing the implementation of KSA. The school, of course, to train the instructors and train the instructors conducting the assessments. Again, the last three types, the AMC to FCL 025 says that before the student attempts to sit their first attempt at a subject that would mean they would have had an attempt at all 13 subjects, the student must have completed Area 100 KSA satisfactorily. So it's for the school to have the process for how that can be documented and recorded. Again, of course, modifying the manuals and training programs, and the manuals, not only the training manual, but of course the instructor manual that the school would have. And then finally, actually implementing the assessments. And again, this was prior to the first introduction, let's just say. And DGRC did quite some activities to support the schools through the guide and through conference with the ATOs. Again, with a DGRC point of contact to address questions, a regular exchange with the ATOs, and further support if requested, and again, promotion of this ADDI method. So this is all rather labour intensive. And again, if you see when the guide came out, it came out some years ago. So this implementation was foreseen in the drafting of the AMC in the transition period for that. It was foreseen to possibly need 4 years. And then we had COVID with the additional challenges that has introduced for everyone. But still, you know, very long, slow introduction here. And then as I said, the DGRC had the updated training as a change that required prior approval. And you can see in the guide that in line if you wish. And again here, DGRC required that the ATO manuals would document how the KSA 100 has been introduced and managed and how it's evolved considering the feedback loop. They required at least 1 formative assessment, at least 2 summative assessments, and at least 1 mental maths test. So this is as set out in the AMCs associated with Area KSA 100. And the at least there being allowing the flexibility for a more granular breakdown. And this was something that DGRC was also looking for. I'll let you read this for a minute. So I think here, again, coming back to some of the questions we're seeing, that the training of the instructors involved in KSA is critical, and it needs to be managed and delivered by the ATO because the application is applicable to that ATO. DGRC saw this training as absolutely critical, also for the instructors involved in the assessments. Again, this is what's set out in the AMCs and GMs. And DGRC France is looking, again, to ensure that the ATOs are doing the concordance activity and the regular training. And also then the KSA 100 assessments themselves. An interesting that the DGRC noticed through this is that the assessments, and maybe this is something we will see also in time as we share the experiences more and more with the implementation of KSA 100, that the DGRC comment that some observable behaviours might be observable but difficult to measure, or in that sense to give what level you might associate with it. And so this will be interesting to get further input, maybe in the future, what maybe certain OBs they find easier to check compared to others, maybe, given the stage at which the student pilot is in their training course. This might be something to share for the future. I'm sure we'll come back to this. And the training progress booklet. This is the training records. To include, of course, the performance in the process, the formative and summative, and the certificate of success. And again, this is, I believe, an AMCs to ORA ATO 230, I believe, yeah, where there's reference to the records the ATO should have. And again, they're checking again once it's implemented. And how was DGAC France doing this? Interviewing the people involved, the students and the instructors, checking the systems in place. Again, checking the ATO is evaluating the performance of the KSA 100 and the performance of the students, and again, assessment again of how effective that is. And very interesting note, of course, evaluate the change in teaching methods compared to the old teaching methods. Very nice comment there. Maybe this is something, here I'm taking my EASA hat here. Maybe this is something that might be interesting to explore for other authorities, or also everyone involved in KSA 100. So what I'd like to do here now is pass to Anna Serra, because DGAC France were interested to see, okay, there's some baseline data that you have. Every student must sit an ECQB exam, who's involved in the KSA 100. So DGAC France have seen if there are any trends between the exam performance of the students who completed a training course that includes KSA 100 compared to the students who completed a training course without KSA 100. And if you see the time period is there above, it's like 12 months, and this covers this parallel, DGAC France had a parallel old and new ECQB systems running through this particular transition period. So Anna, if you could please take over.
Yes, hi everybody. It's a pleasure to speak with you about this subject. And we have tried to make some comparison between results with and without KSA. So it was very hard to give strong and very very strong analysis. So we made some observation, and we keep very careful about what we can say about the results. So the only thing we can say surely is that at CPL and CPL for aeroplane and helicopter have the average same score with the same both syllabus, whereas we can see we have lower or higher performance. That is to say, if you see on your left, there are mainly lower pass rates in many subjects. We have better results with 91 and 92 subjects, and similar rate with, for example, 32, 33, and 40 subjects, and the same rate between the old and the new syllabus. With the new syllabus of KSA, there are significantly higher pass rates for 10, 21, 22, 33, 70, and 81 subjects. And we do not have enough information to cross and to give a strong analysis over what we share now. And maybe we can go on and have a look on the events. Yes, thank you, Frances. So we had very briefly slide on the subject and about the exam. We can see that you don't hear me at all. I see.
I can hear you. Is somebody
Okay.
having problems?
Norman Vicent wrote that my audio nearly unintelligible. No? So I go on. So about the exam, from the exam analysis, as I said, we have the same result for ATPLA and CPLA-H, whereas without KSA, the H and IR have a better results with the old syllabus and better results with the new syllabus for ATPLA-H, CPLA-A, and CBRR. The only conclusion I can try to share is maybe about the ATPLA-A. Schools provided their main effort to support students to prepare them and also this is the exam with the most important number of students. So maybe it is the result which has the more precise meaning in statistics, whereas, for example, for helicopter, there are so few students that we can have a huge difference, but it doesn't mean anything because it's just a little number of students. That's all what I have to share with you. I hope next time we have more information to cross and to share stronger analysis. It was a pleasure to explain that, and I hope it can help you.
Thank you very much, Anne. That's great. And again, okay, I'm biased. My main work is ECQB, so I always like looking at that kind of data. But many thanks for Dejiassi for this, trying to also for explaining the steps that you as the authority had made, and also trying to see to pull together the various pieces of evidence that we can have to understand how the training and the exams are working over time. I see now we have a break again, and please let's break till 3:15. I will put up my PowerPoint if I can find it. To say we meet at 3:15, please use the Slido if you have any questions. Let me put this. And we will come back there and deal with the questions based on order of interest. Here we are. Slido at 15:15. 15:15. Oh, God. Sorry. Okay. Many thanks, everybody, and we will see you online in about 17 minutes. Thank you very much. So, welcome back, everyone. I will now move to the Slido. And please, let's have this last session looking at the questions and answers, again, based on, priority for you. Okay. Best practices. This is UPRT and KSA. I will pass it to our ATO people here. Kyle as well, please. Yeah, let's go here.
Yeah, if I can just jump in. So this is something we really looked into. How can we sort of implement UPRT in our assessment? So how can we ensure that students are understanding what's going on, and then can they apply knowledge to fix it? The way that we have done it is based on the flashcard system, or showing them a picture of an aircraft that is potentially going to enter a UPRT situation or is already in one. So for example, we have a picture of a PFD of a medium range jet transport aircraft that's at high altitude up in Coughlin Corner, and it gets a TCAS climb indication. So we then ask the student, you know, what's happening now, what potentially would happen, and then it also brings into, you know, if they say high speed stall, well then explain what is that, do you understand what it is, and then how do you recover from that. And that's the sort of way that we've brought UPRT in. We thought about doing it in simulators, but as Luis mentioned earlier, the danger of using a simulator is if the instructor using the simulator is not teaching the right thing, then it could lead to negative learning, which we don't want to do. So we stayed away also from using simulators for these assessments, and stuck with pictures. As I said, mentioned early in our presentation this morning, we may also look at going towards video clips of a video of a sim going into a UPRT situation, and then what the asking students what the recovery is. So yeah, it's one of the key things that we tried to include.
That's good. No, okay, many thanks for that, Carl. That's a really good explanation of how you tackled this. Okay, so give you a second to read that. So if I say the EASA approach as to distance learning, I would say that the AMC and guidance material there is not going into such a level of detail that it distinguishes between any learning delivery method, really, when it comes to KSA 100 as such. However, Stuart, if you want to say from your experience here.
It's not much different to what I said before, but then it's down to the individual authorities to audit the individual schools, just like any of their training, to see if it's of the standard that's required. So if it's felt that it's a tick box exercise, students aren't switching their TV on, their screens on, they're half the time there or not, it's clearly not acceptable, is it? However, if there's a best practice approach to doing it, and you are able to observe the behaviours even in the online environment, then why shouldn't it be acceptable?
Andy has some input as well.
Andy, please.
Yeah, hi. Really just to to complement Stuart's points and just maybe expand slightly on that as well is I think we need to be cautious not to identify specific tools either in the regulation or just in general, because these tools, as we know from where technology is and the speed of technology right now, these tools are evolving and changing, and new tools are being added all the time. So I think we need to take maybe more of a holistic approach, just to say that, you know, if the delivery method is the delivery method being used is being shown to allow the trainers to observe the behaviours, then it should be absolutely fine. But Stuart made a very good point earlier about the idea of using a Zoom call with the cameras turned on or off. If you turn the cameras off on a Zoom call, there will be a number of OBs that you won't be able to see, because there's a lot to do with body language, to do with engagement, and others as well. So I think we don't need to perhaps be pigeonholing into the idea of if it's online or not online. It's more about, you know, which OBs are you able to see given the delivery tool that you're using. Going back to what Jackie mentioned earlier, the ATPG is working on a white paper which complements the work done in RMT 196 to do with task to tool, and we're working on a white paper to do with competency to tool, where we can actually then start to objectively show what characteristics are required of these tools to be able to expose certain OBs to be either demoed, instructed, facilitated, or observed, and that's something we're working on into 2024. So just to summarise, yeah, I think it's more that the point is to say that again, with the feedback loops, if you are to use an online methodology and your instructors are unable to observe certain OBs in a consistent manner, you know that you need to adjust the delivery method that you're using. But it should be a bit more agnostic to being either online or in person, because as we go forwards, this will become a very blurred area, we think, based on new technology coming through.
Perfect. Thanks for that. So I believe that also touches the Soren Krom. I believe you're talking about really a very similar question. What exactly is happening in this summative assessment? How is it done? And are you actually doing what you say you are doing as a school? These are the things to check, and the way that it's done may or may not allow for that KSA 100 to be effectively implemented. Of course, the distance learning, it may be a challenge for inspectors or people further away from training delivery to be kept up to date on the tools and tips and tricks almost on how to do this. How do you track formative assessment results? Maybe share some ideas. I believe, Lewis, you briefly touched on this, again, from the ATPG as well as your school experience.
So at least at FT, what we can say, and basically not even going about FT, when you do a formative assessment, part of the output should be, ideally, that you've identified some areas where the student should improve well, or areas where student is doing very well. And by that I mean some observable behaviors that he kept track. From exercise to exercise, what he should expect is the ones that the students are doing well to improve, or stay the same or improve, the ones that the students are struggling with, to also improve and get to a level that is satisfactory. I don't know if that answers. But it's through the reports. You should have one of the things that the regulation requires. You have to have an Area 100 KSA report. So design that report in a way that you can do exactly this, track how the different results from the different formative assessments you do evolve throughout time.
Yeah, we have like just a summary sheet of all the events, all the activities that students have done, and every single one we do report on, we assess rather, I should say. So then you can see for an individual student record how their KSA training has gone in terms of development and weak areas and where they've maybe improved. So we also do tend to apply that and track it all the way through.
Thanks. Interesting question. Making many interesting ideas come to mind. So a KSA 100 book, in one way, maybe as an introduction to the philosophy that KSA 100 has its origins in, perhaps. But if it's like a training manual and set of things, I think the webinar we've had today has shown one size does not fit all, for many, many reasons. However, I'll pass it out there. I guess maybe there are some, the commercial training, I say the content manuals, you know, the ones that, you know, the Air Law, AGK, whatever, in that context, perhaps there is KSA 100 embedded in the training resources that might be available for multiple schools to use. And here I passed through to the ATO practitioners.
Some things in development, I think, for KSA 100.
I think that it's definitely embedded in some books, but I think that Stuart's a good example where, because of distance learning, you actually have a KSA 100 books so that you could introduce your students to KSA 100. Maybe
so that was mainly for the schools, but the students have access to it as well. Some have read it thoroughly, others don't. It's not mandatory. And that was written in 2020. So after a KSA symposium here in Cologne, and I'll be writing another one over Christmas. So if you want a copy of the old one, you're welcome to, but it is outdated in some areas. But if it's a very new subject to you, you're very welcome to have it somehow. And we can get a PDF version to you. Printed copies, there's about 20 left.
Okay, that's just marketing opportunity.
It's free, don't worry about that. Yeah, it's about information.
Any more input for this?
So just as an ATO, we have our own VLE, and so we have got a document on there, which is an introduction to KSA, what it's all about, and what our particular course is expecting, and what the contents of our particular course are. So that is sort of a book, but it's very ATO specific.
Yeah, ours was more general. It included work from Louis at FTE, and ours is an example of a modular school based on this format of this symposium, really. Again,
collection of best practice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I believe that's quite a big answer there. Okay, situation awareness. I will pass on to Jack. Maybe just the context here. Many years back, quite a lot of years ago, when the text of these KSA 100 LOs was being put together, it was closely aligned with the drafting that would go to the EBT in the ORO-FC stroke type rating area. But again, bearing in mind that the activities for the theory stage would not be the same as the activities that the pilot would encounter, of course, with the operator. And pass to Jackie to flesh a bit there.
Yes.
The 35% challenge, yeah.
Yeah, I think that Francis has just said that beautifully, is that this is now 9 years ago when actually the rulemaking task and the points were actually finalised. So actually even the competencies have moved on, but there was also the need to make sure that this first initial introduction to CBTA, which is effectively what KSA 100 was that it was light, in inverted commas, so it wasn't going to be too difficult to be able to introduce into the schools. And so we spent quite a lot of time within the group looking at which particular LOs, or in this case it was the performance indicators or OBs from, for example, situational awareness, did we feel could actually be across most ATOs actually assessed? How could we bring those into assessments and assess them? So it was whittled down to the 3. And that's part of what we're also saying for the future, is that now CBTA is matured so much more. And we've also got EBT that's matured a long way in the last 9 years. ATOs, it would be, the ATPG point of view, is it would be useful if those ATOs could use, if they want to, the present EASA EBT observable behaviours, and if they want to include more than 3 of the present ones, they can, as long as they're including at least the 3 that are on the KSA 100 LOs. However, if you're looking at it as it stands, it does mean to get the 35%, they would need to demonstrate at least 2 of those 3, because 1 out of 3 would be insufficient. However, those 3 situational awareness LOs are very much aligned to threat and error management. Exactly, yeah. So if they can't identify a threat, and then as a second one, manage that threat, yeah, we actually have got a safety issue. So as it stands even now, I think the requirement to exceed the 35% is a safety important area. So that would be my answer there. I don't know if there's any other thoughts.
I was going to say, from a practical point of view, when we're doing the training, it's quite an area that's quite easy to assess when students are put in like a scenario situation, because there is a general situational awareness that is available if they can, you know, identify that and demonstrate it. So it's not that difficult to assess, and it is, as Jackie was saying, really quite important to have the ability to recognise threats and identify means of mitigating, really. So that's what we look for when we're doing the assessments. So it seems sufficient.
it was on the online virtual environment, but it would be the same in the classroom anyway. In person, this is one of the ones where more often than not we'd have to hint and go, they'd give a good presentation back to us, and then we'd have to hint, okay, and what threats, what error, because it is still a relatively new thing. And I know it's not, but that often required the assessor or the instructor input then to just lead a little bit and go, okay, well, what would be the risk if you did something else?
And I think that's perfect. And I think particularly in those formative assessments, the role of the TKI who's doing the assessing is as a facilitator as well. And that while we're trying to develop the students during the TK phase, I think that the TKI that's assessing has got that strong role that you're saying. And it's necessary. We're trying to develop them. We're not expecting perfection when they start the course, otherwise there's no need for a course.
As well, if they find that those 3 are insufficient, you can expand and use the whole 7 that are within the situational awareness competency in ICAO. You can go beyond the 3 that we have on the regulation and use the whole spec that they have on the other side of things.
Okay, thanks for that. So here we have this interesting question about
this is a big
to do, and this is if we consider how massive variety we have in the types of assessments and what's involved for the student, their KSA 100 experience, incredibly varied, then this was a extremely interesting challenge which influenced how the AMC material and guidance material was drafted during the rulemaking task, and I passed now.
On one side, there's a part of it that's a big no-no.
Yes.
The data from the KSA assessment needs to stay in the ATO. If an airline wants to use it for their whatever selection, then they have to run the courses themselves. Yeah. That's point number one. Second of all, I understand the temptation of seeing this as a wonderful tool for pilot selection, but the aim of the KSA is not to facilitate pilot selection. It's not to facilitate pilot screening. That's for the human resources department on the airline company. The aim of the KSA system is to develop the students' core competencies. Now, hopefully, we expect that the students will do better in these assessments if they have run through a good KSA assessment. But the idea is not to start collecting this type of data to share with the world, because then EASA and the NCAs would have to step in very intensely on monitoring these systems. So there's a provision in the regulation in the AMC that specifically forbids this data to be shared outside of the ATO.
I think the whole point is on development. We mustn't allow an operator to damn someone because particularly early on in their training, they were weaker.
Correct.
What matters is what is the output of that ATO, which they would see, the operator, in their initial interview process. Yeah, the two are separate.
Okay. So Jackie whispered in my ear, I know the answer to this.
So do you.
I'm very tempted to say the intention is the same end result.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's by accident or not such careful attention to with the use of the verbs.
I think,
however,
it was at the time. We used two verbs because we used the word demonstrate where it was a much more complex number of competencies that would be involved. So it was really just showing a much more complex situation than the show. It's not needed, but at the time that was why there were the two verbs. It might as well be show for both.
Thanks. So change management. This is one element of the change management. And the individual implementation that the ATO finds is meeting its needs and the needs of its students. So have you as ATPG had any input on here? At the EASA level, this is not a level of data that we have checked.
You're talking about which one? You talking?
The top one about the something about KSA duration in modular training and how this affect.
Oh, the second one, I am.
Yeah.
Lost it now. Oh yeah.
I mean,
happy to answer. Yes. You shouldn't be scared of KSA. It needn't cost any more. You make your instructors better and your students better. And to me, it's a golden opportunity. All the things we complain about over the years that, oh, the PPLs are coming at me, they don't know this or that. And then the airlines or the CPL schools say, well, they're leaving you and they don't know this or that, or the training captains as well. So there's your opportunity to fix this. You've got 2 hours in a 1 week ground school or more, however you plan it. It's very flexible. So we do 3 lots of 2 hours. You could say more, definitely. But it is a distance learning environment. If at least the students are going away with the thoughts that we are thinking about their development, and it's going to be looked at later on in evidence-based training in their careers, it's a great thing, isn't it? And the cost of it, don't really count on a time and that, but standardising instructors to do it, coming here to a meeting in Cologne, there's cost to that, but sharing information like we're doing costs very little. And there's more and more information coming out there now. So you don't have to run extra days. We're combining it in what we're doing with ground school anyway.
If I may as well, there's always a suggestion of the ideal to try and incorporate KSA into normal syllabus delivery anyway. So then there's no really additional time or cost requirement if that can be done. It means being a little bit creative, but that's really what these sort of meetings are all about. It's finding ways of doing that.
Okay, many thanks. I think so as I said, the second item, I believe we've answered that already, yes. Susanna, because we will try to find a solution for the one presentation that was blurred. Okay, I'll come here from a point of reading the rules and AMCs. So a person who's instructing on a theory course is doing that in the role of a theoretical knowledge instructor. They may well also be a flight instructor. And in that sense, and again, I would say there was also a lot of discussion during the rulemaking task in the process to explore what's the criticality of the KSA instructor stroke assessor also having operational experience. Big tricky issue that was seen as possibly a challenge for some ATOs, which maybe are small. But please, I believe we've seen in the examples today the involvement of the staff at the ATOs. As you said, for example, your implementation is getting towards, you know, the flight environment, let's just say.
Yeah, and we do actually have current airline pilots and flying instructors that help us with assessments. We do have those types of current pilots and instructors that also are assessing for us, and it is very valuable experience, I've got to say. Also in designing some of the exercises, because it keeps it kind of geared towards what our ultimate goal is, which again brings us back to the holistic approach and making the ground sport just as relevant as all the flight training and everything else that's a bit run afterwards.
But they've got to be really, they've got to be trained.
We've already said that, yeah.
I'd flip the question upside down. It's not about if they should be used or not. It's about how you, one, analyze the resources you have available. That should then influence how you design the assessments. Yeah. If you design an assessment to include an FI to come and assess, and then you train the FI to assess in the assessment, there's nothing so the regulation doesn't refer to ground instructors, refer to an instructor that has received the training to deliver the training and an instructor that has been trained to assess. So if you train your FIs to assess, and if you design the assessments to benefit from the experience from your FIs, go for it, have fun.
Have it with both hands.
Okay, yeah. So this one here, I believe this was one of the Stuart, as an example, being included here to very visibly include the distance learning methods, approaches, and so on here. Maybe discuss with your authority on this challenge here, and discuss, given the approaches you take, or the tools and the approaches and materials and models and so on that you are using or want to use for your KSA 100 implementation, how you can demonstrate that you're meeting all the provisions, and it seems, you know, discuss with the authority. This is why also this webinar today also considered the authority perspective in this domain. If anyone has anything more to say there.
We're a prima facie example of how to deliver it.
Yeah.
We got CATS as a theoretical knowledge training school. We used to have a flight school, doesn't anymore. It now uses partner schools for that. We deal with the theory, and KSA is incorporated into that. So, and virtually without face-to-face. So there is no real increase in cost, and it isn't difficult to plan and organise. Just from the examples I've been showing today is one example of how it can be done.
Okay. So, it's been briefly mentioned, the CBTA. So we know in the introduction of CBTA into the initial pilot training is through rulemaking, and it should, of course, given that students always very obviously and normally train in order to pass the required assessment. And in this case, the ECQB-based exams today are the major tool for this theory step. So the CBTA, introduction of CBTA into the initial pilot training, we can imagine will also consider how this ECQB system we have today will be affected. So I can't say now, this is still at the very beginning steps here. We realise that the ECQB system we have today is single subject step, because that is the structure of the exams. So we will need to see what happens in the future, if and how a tool outside of the schools would still be there for that first, let's say, confirmation of the student in the theory domain, if and how this continues to be in place in the future with the future CBTA implementation. I guess it will go in steps, but yeah, all I can say at this moment is EASA realises, of course, ECQB system would be affected. Beyond that, I can't say more.
I'd like to add that the first step is not to consider them two different targets.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I'd say. The exams are indeed how we assess, but there are a moment at the end of 750 hours of mandatory ground training. This is how it looks at the point. So they are not different targets. Second, I'd say Area 100 KSA was designed exactly to address this. Remember that your students cannot sit their last attempt at the exam if they have not approved their Area 100 assessments. So EASA has already put that in place to help the ATOs with their students to guide their students to understand that it's not just about cramming the question banks, it's about something more. And from our experience over the last couple of years, what we have found, even from before, what we have found out is that they are not opposing targets. They are very much in line. And the better you do in your ground training with your students, the better they will do in the exams.
Yeah, yes. But they will also be able to do well in the assessments, which shows the deeper understanding and demonstrates the competencies. So, yeah, they're just different ways of assessing the same training, the same quality training.
Because there's this temptation of having the students study only the questions, and that does work wonderfully when most of the question bank is already leaked, I'm sorry to say. As soon as there's an update, then you will see the consequences of this approach to training. Whereas if you do more than that, and you focus on the understanding, and you use the Area 100 KSA to aid the students focus on the understanding and the correlation between the subjects, from experience, I can guarantee you'll get better results regardless of what the question bank is doing. And I would even say, being a little bit cheeky, the students that struggle during the question bank updates, let me put it another way. We have never been surprised by a student who struggles when there were new questions in. We've never had a student that we looked at him and say, this is a good student, and suddenly he fails on an exam. That has not happened with us. We have seen some students that do not deserve to pass the exams get 98% averages. We have seen that. We haven't seen the opposite.
Yeah, and it's another very good point why we do need the ATO to be doing assessments.
It's something I spoke about earlier about the carrot and the stick, and if the authorities could trust all ATOs to deliver KSA independently and well, then you wouldn't really need theory exams. However, that's not the case. So it's a balance between the two, isn't it? So we'll see how that develops. So I'm all for competency-based training. It's coming.
Okay. An example of mental maths kind of tempted to say I assume you as an ATO, maybe I'm wrong here, but you probably have a lot of this already in the flight planning, initial training, general nav. I mean, the entire content is already there, spread through these subjects, and so it should be pretty simple to implement.
It's just all regular stuff, really. The learning objectives are very specific.
But you put
the question should be like.
But you put it in a scenario situation. So it might be. So if your aircraft has a certain fuel flow, and you want to know how much fuel is like to be used in 10 minutes, then they should be able to work it out. But particularly if you're looking at a diversion being required, it can be put in that context.
And you can say you're heading for a certain destination, name of location, to make it a real life situation, but it's still the same basis.
I guess the key here being that the way it's conducted, just be sure it is mental maths, and there's no hidden calculators or, you know, intelligent watches and that kind of thing. But I guess the formative assessment is also something you can just always, this is a low-hanging fruit in that it should be something that it's quite simple to introduce throughout, certainly, you know, the calculation-based subjects.
Cool.
Kyle, yeah, please.
Yeah, again, what I would suggest is that talk to the end customer, if you will, the airline, and see during normal line operations what mental maths is being done is a good way to start. So you know, a good one, Jackie's already said one there in terms of fuel. Another really useful one that you'll use for the rest of your career is if you're flying at 3-degree glide slope, how many feet per nautical mile do you travel? 300 feet per nautical mile. So, you know, an example would be if you're 4 miles out from the threshold, what height should you be at? So 4 times 300 says 1,200 feet above the threshold. It's those types of calculations that you'd be looking at, rates of climbs and descents, time between waypoints. It's, you know, it's stuff that should come naturally in the cockpit once practiced is what I would say. So those are the types of questions, and there are guidance in a lot of the, you know, the providers of ATPL content, particularly as was mentioned in the flight planning, GNAV, etc. Performance calculations. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I will kind of jump out. So the training, how the oversight of the training courses is managed by the member state authorities, and it's for them to do the approvals as they find appropriate for the schools involved. I'd step back a bit and I'd say already the discussions and demonstrations examples we've had suggest that the distance learning implementation is certainly a high area of interest. Maybe this is something we expect to come back to. Possibly this is something we can follow up as commentary. I'm not sure I could give an answer to this. I would ask Francesco maybe also to step in, but I would suggest that one of the post-event things is some kind of frequently asked questions or something of that nature that would be available also, because the discussion element is an important part of this webinar. So Francesco, if you're online, as the EASA voice, let's say. No, maybe he's also unfortunately had lots of meetings. Okay, so I would not give a yes or no to this at all, because it's for the authority and the school.
because the EASA is aligned with the need. That's what the regulation's saying.
And the regulation doesn't forbid it, so I would say implicitly, yes, it accepts it.
However, it's up to the ATO to show that the tool they're using is suitable to do that. Because if the tool they've got isn't, then they're going to have to work out another method.
It's not about having EASA passing a blank check about if it should be used or not. It's how you are using it.
Okay.
Just in the morning, we had a demonstration of an exercise being done completely from distance.
Okay, I believe what I might hear, so in terms of EASA doesn't have opinion. So I believe one of the, please, I need to make a note of this. So there was, thank you, the guideline during the COVID period, EASA produced a guideline on the classroom training in the distance learning environment, let's just say. And EASA considers that the guidelines in there are still valid and useful also today, post-COVID. So I would suggest that that is nevertheless an opinion, given some more in-depth describing actually what are you doing and making this connection to how you're doing it and how you're making sure it works. So I believe it's important, therefore, to provide with you the link to this EASA guideline. You remember on the during the COVID and the post-COVID, the distance learning.
Distance learning. Yes.
Exactly. So
working on that also too.
Okay, so thank you. So I believe we can also remove the EASA doesn't have an opinion. I believe it addresses the same issue. Anybody on the ATO side, because EASA does not collect this statistic.
I would start off by saying that competency-based training isn't about failure, it's about development. And so what the ATO would have is a student would stay with them for longer while they're developing them. And if that student in the end meets the requirement to be satisfactory in those summative assessments, then they will go forwards. So there aren't going to be statistics from EASA because the student must have reached the satisfactory level before they take their exams. It actually sits with the ATOs, and it would be possible for the competent authorities to actually look at the training records of students that initially weren't satisfactory to see what was done. But it's about development, and if those students reach the satisfactory level, that is the point of training.
I'll back that up. We have had students, but just a few, not very many, who have not managed to successfully complete the first attempt at their final summative assessment, but then we have, depending on the competency that's not been met, designed some additional help, some additional guidance, and then giving the student opportunity to reattempt another exercise that will address that same competency to a point that they then do manage to reach the level. So we say that it might have delayed them slightly in graduating ground school, but ultimately everybody's going to pass, because the idea is we're developing them to a satisfactory level.
It just takes longer.
It just takes a bit longer.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I believe this one we already answered. So 35% again being the AMC. As I said also, Alexander, I think one of the resources after this event would be to have some kind of frequently asked questions stroke, some kind of information available on the EASA website. We will explore how what form this would take. And again, it does seem the distance learning issue is indeed a big challenge. So it's noted, and we'll see what we can do to look at this in more depth. Yeah. Possibly with the ATPG as this event already is annexed.
Yeah, we can manage it. I think with this question, we are looking at the future intent of both the KO and EASA moving towards competency-based training in all phases of pilot training. So it's on the way, it's there, it's already been announced, it's the direction. I don't know if others would like to comment on this question.
Yeah, it's a very, very specific detailed question, but I think already there's the transition to CBTA, which does involve rulemaking, so there will be consultation with stakeholders in the process of moving to that for all of us. US UAV for the remote pilot licensing, or I guess is the concern, or also for the ones which already have the you know the simpler operations and the smaller drones. I don't know because it's outside of my activity.
I think Francesco can follow on in a moment, but we know at KO it's already in the latest editions. Competency-based training for UAVs is already there. So I'm sure that Francesco will follow. It will be here too. Francesco, we have this.
Yes, this is part of the rulemaking task 230 that delivered the opinion very recently. They will be discussed in the EASA committee next year. Of course, the approach to the US and UAV was holistic from the agency. So this package is embracing basically all the domains from certification to training to ops to ATM. It was a major effort. Our rep, Christian Kucher, was there to defend, let's say, the pilot training side. So we will develop this vertical capable aircraft license. Still undecided what the acronym will be, but it would be definitely a CBTA-based license. Okay, so we need to wait, of course, for the opinion vote and what will come out of it. But for the moment, we have full support to this approach.
Okay, I believe we discussed this issue under a differently phrased question already to anticipate that in the introduction of CBTA in the future to the initial pilot licensing, that also that would affect the examination process that we have today, that we can foresee it would not continue in the same form.
I think there's also a bit of a potential confusion on the wording of competent trainee, because competence is going to be established once they reach the operator, and that's going to be across all the observable behaviours, and that is not going to be done at the TK level on the development pathway. So there has to be that as a sort of a consideration as well, what we're achieving in the TK section with KSA 100.
What if you do this question here?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, actually, no. It swapped places. Sorry, that was quick.
So EBT and KSA are both examples of competency-based training and assessment. KSA was written 9 years ago by a rulemaking task. Obviously, CBTA has advanced considerably in the last 9 years, especially with EBT, which now has lots of best practice, which is why we're talking about now the KSA elements. It would be quite useful if we could correlate again, particularly on the terminology, and make sure we allow the fact that the observable behaviours within the competencies have been updated slightly, but it is identical, as in they are both part of a competency-based training and assessment training pathway. So it is likely that KSA 100 is going to see, I would expect, some sort of an update, just because it is slightly out of date now, but that will be down to whether it is deemed as a requirement. That will be in EASA's, in your hands, what you would like.
Yes. What we would do, I would jump to one below. We keep this one, we'll come back to it in a minute, just to check another colleague in EASA for this. So the basic IR, the CBIR stroke instrument ratings. So the reasoning behind not covering those ratings to cover KSA 100 was because the theory course is partial, and the subjects, let's say, where you would start taking the first steps for elements of KSA 100 are simply not required to be trained on by those candidates. There were some comments to the rulemaking proposal 5-6 years ago to say, why is it not included for the IR? Again, maybe we see this with the CBTA, but in which case it would be associated again with the license rather than the rating. I'm sorry. No, okay. Yeah, we could come back to this.
It's not strictly related.
Yeah, it's not totally related to that. Maybe only coming back to what came up a couple of times is that KSA 100 is not intended to be a mini APS NCC nor a replacement to MCC. Yeah.
Luis, you want to complement? I mean, this particular part. I think you touched upon it.
Yeah, we mentioned. I don't know if I read the question the same way, but I think if I understand the question correctly, he's asking if we're going to expand this into the APS MCC. Yeah. The APS MCC, on most cases, is already partly competency based. So it's not about expanding, it's about making on our side an effort to make sure that it's compatible and that we don't do any negative training.
Thank you, Luis.
Again, I pass this on to the practitioners. I believe this is, tips and tricks on engaging students.
Thank you very much. I think to a certain extent, it's in the ATO's best interests, which is what everybody has been saying, to produce an effective course. And we want to be producing competent pilots by the time they finish all their pilot training and get their license. And we're just part way along that. But yeah, we don't want box-ticking behaviour. We're looking at valuable training, which is going to be reported on in a way that's meaningful. So
training that's going to be applicable to the actual career.
Yeah.
And I
doing the job.
It goes about how you design your exercises, and I can guarantee you, once you design an exercise even if it looks a little bit silly the first time you designed it, there's going to be a little bit of resistance at the beginning. Expect that. But if you've designed a good exercise when you see that they really engage with it and they really get lost in the middle of it. So work on your exercises. That's what I would say, on how you define your assessment, and you will see that the students engage naturally with it. They just remember they want to be pilots. They don't want to fly a multiple choice machine. They want to fly an airplane. So it's about tickling the bone that got them there in the first place and designing an assessment that goes in that direction.
I've seen a few examples, not many out, 200 plus students, of what you could term box ticking because they were super keen, they were worried about it, the anxious type, whatever, and they looked into our study guide area where the KSA study guides, and they'd come across the learning objectives in there. So when they knew the session was coming up, asking a million questions, and I'm like, you've got to have the ability to listen. So, and then during it, they were like pumped up and really keen, and what do you think, Angelo, and what do you think, Claire? And it was very staged and performed, and it made me laugh. So, but then I made that comment to them, and so in their personal feedback. So it's very uncommon. Generally, when we do these exercises, in fact, all of them, the students are actually behaving in an enjoyable group exercise and getting a break from instructors lecturing at them all the time, and they can run the show a bit.
Yeah, we found very much the same. So students, they love their KSA days when we have those, and they do fully engage with the exercises that are set, and that's what we want to see. We want to see them relax in a slightly different environment, albeit scenario based, just so it gives them the opportunity to show the other skills that they have besides what you see from a classroom perspective when we're doing subject based material. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think we feel she doesn't want to be with that?
Yeah, it's
okay, no, we can.
5 minutes.
A few minutes. Okay, so we tried to do last few questions. This is an example. I'd say if you see the AMC and guidance material, the outcome of the individual's, traditional, let's say, subject progress tests is not foreseen to be part of the KSA 100 summative assessment.
Which not
because
in the objectives.
Yeah, so I would say that. But maybe we jump to the question for Andy, if you can answer this.
Hi everyone. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, this is a really interesting point actually that comes out of this, and certainly tailored training is something that we're seeing now really being adopted in the EBT world with recurrent airline pilots. And one thing I think I'm guessing, but I'm probably hopefully accurate in to say that if we look at the ATOs around Europe today and we look at the reports that they're writing on the students, I would guess, and I'm sure we as the ATPG would guess, that a lot of the root causes are being identified in there throughout the entire course, from ground school all the way through to the end of the course, particularly around attitude, which of course competency now brings to the forefront, being knowledge, skill and attitude, KSA, knowledge, skill, attitude. And being able to identify attitude is a really important part as we move forwards in helping the students to develop towards competence. We would guess that right now that's all being written down in different formats. People are writing free text comments, and those comments are very hard to look for trends in, and we saw the same issue with the airlines in previous years as well. So I think just to sort of maybe see where this could be very, very powerful is that if we can align under that same competency language and understand that we want to build the pilots towards competency throughout their flight training, we could start to gather those root causes in an objective way, which means we can start to identify those trends much earlier and in time to actually affect change before they leave the flight school. And we would think that would be very important from regards to the attitude aspect of this, where a number of times we see attitude issues that probably today are not being very well addressed, but under a CBTA system could be very well addressed, to really help the students to take ownership of their training and to help improve themselves throughout the course, ready to go to the airlines at the end.
Many thanks, Andy, for that. So this anonymous, in my case, we already answered that. I will jump to the one on the English language. And this, so every year EASA produces EPAS issues, so issue with safety issues and how to tackle them. And for several years now, there have been two elements on language competency, on language proficiency, and one of those is a safety promotion activity, and one of them is member state activity. So it's not mandatory, but it's an exploration through this safety promotion activity to see if and how use of the English language during the training course could be done in order to address some of these issues with language proficiency. There, maybe the key thing being perhaps phraseology and understandability there, as well then with the plain English issue, which is also part of the language proficiency. So it's not mandatory. However, KSA involves communication. It involves radio telephony as part of meeting those observable behaviours. So it would be an opportunity to include then the English language for this element. It is not mandatory though.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe, thank you for all of that. Did you ask the question? Many thanks for your engagement. And for the closing words, I'll pass now to Francesco.
Thank you very much, the whole team and the contributors. I followed through the WebEx, also from my desk, and I enjoyed also the live interactions, the very nice contributions. And before actually leaving the WebEx, we will launch a quick survey, okay, on a very easy question. Did you like the webinar, yes or no? Okay, no 5-point scale system. Is it just the old binary pass or fail, they say? So there were some important elements addressed in today's webinar. First of all, theoretical knowledge is recognized as the foundation of pilot training. We don't do any flight if we are not prepared on the theory side. There was a strong push for sharing best practices, I understand, and this is probably one way to support the implementation of the rule. Even if it's after 2-3 years of the implementation, we always have practices which are improving constantly by the effective implementation of the regulation. So this is very important. So our message, the message for us is to do this regularly. So once a year, Francis. Okay. The interest for this topic is very alive, let's say, and for me, interest is like some viruses. Okay, they spread through contacts. So share this experience that you had today with your colleagues. Okay, so that next time we will have more people attending, more challenges, more questions, more best practices, hopefully. Distance learning, not to avoid the viruses, I guess. Okay, distance learning is definitely a learning method which has not only the potential, but is already something that can be effectively deployed in theoretical training. There are also new learning methods, not only linked to the distance versus the physical, that we need to explore. I am old enough to have kids that could be interested in, although they are not, interested into embarking into an aviation career. And I'm sure that my son, especially the second one, who is spending many hours on the PlayStation, would be really in experiencing a lot of difficulties in undergoing the same training that I went, the same methods. Classroom, you know, three hours in a class with one teacher, 30 students. It's not going to happen, I believe. So we need to also allow the regulation to be flexible enough to cope and to allow these new learning methods to be implemented. Okay. And CBTA in the end is the direction that EASA and all the stakeholders decided to go. We are fully committed in the agency, but we need, of course, industry and member states authorities support. Okay? We cannot do it in isolation. We are not practitioners, okay? Like Francis uses as a word. I like that. And therefore, we will have several rulemaking tasks which will address this new frameworks for also the pilot licensing. We have to learn from the EBT experience. We have already some important elements there, but CBTA is more than EBT. So we will work with you, and I hope that these rulemaking groups that are being set up and will be set up to implement those CBTA frameworks will have the active participation by the industry and the member states authorities, of course, for free, unfortunately. But this is the EASA system. theoretical knowledge must be meaningful. Okay? So we need to see it as a evolving subject. So it needs to be linked to the operational environment. So we need to modernize it. We need to keep it up to date and relevant. So this is an effort that we commit. And of course, theoretical knowledge and ACQB are the same, let's say, container in the end. So we will have to work on both sides to make this, say, to achieve this objective. And finally, this is as a head of department dealing with Aircrew standards. Any rule package that will come out of this department will be followed by an extensive implementation support package. We are rolling out the revision of the FSTD framework with the functionality capability signatures, task to tool, very complex, let's say, setup, but allows the users to have a flexible approach and tailor their training and the use of devices to the best efficient way. This complexity needs to be facilitated, the understanding of this complexity. So we will always, not only for the FSCD, but also for any CBTA framework, we follow the publication of the framework with implementation support packages. It could be safety promotion, sharing best practices, guidance that is not in the regulation, but is a document appended in our website. So anything that can facilitate the effective implementation of the rules. So this is our commitment. And final words, thanks again to the team and your attendance remotely and for your active participation. Now, Susanna, you can launch the poll.
Francis has to write.
Yeah, wait, you need to wait. This is only 49.
Yeah, we know there's lots of people.
Lots of people, but not so many connected to Slido.
Yeah, but we see. We wait a bit. And any comments in the meantime that we are watching the poll, the exit polls? Any comments from the contributors here?
On my side, these webinars are incredibly useful, these events where we can all meet and share our best practices.
We can all learn a lot.
We keep talking about ISD and ADI and always evolving our training systems. This is a fundamental tool for that. These things shouldn't remain self-contained. The ATOs, the more you share, the further you'll go. That's what I believe.
Okay. Well, that's great. I mean, I think, of course, the people that did not like it already left. No, but actually, this was it was important for us to have some sort of feedback. You can also provide feedback by email and contact us or reach your organizations that you have. There is always a continuous improvement effort that we need to put on a PCDA cycle. Okay, so definitely we will do it next year. So we don't know the date yet, okay? But definitely we will do it.
Crossing the back.
Yes. Okay. Well, I guess that we can close. Yes.
Thank you again. With those words, I wish you all a pleasant evening to enjoy the festive period and the smell of Glühwein if you are anywhere close to something that's doing that. And to express again once more the very enjoyable cooperation with the ATPG and IAPS and Stuart and your case, Sir Katz as well, to come together and discuss and present all of this. Thank you very much again and have a very good afternoon.